today. Without any further ado, I think I'll ask Prof. Mr. Ngombane to lead us, Bishop, in a prayer. Thixo akunanqa leko, Thixo aku. Konga maxesha aope phaya izinkwenkwe sini ukowena ezulwini wakukade selukuna azingeka ikuzuna suta sigqibeke ezonke utishaba lala kunge wena ungapeli
Cela sihlale phansi umsuzwana. Mandibulise ku-Master of Ceremonies. Ndibulise ko-CEO, ko-professor, doctors, politicians, ngokukodwa kuye usingaye, uProfessor Mdaka. Bulisa abantu bonke ngegama lenkosi Yesu Kristu. Amen. My take, just before I pray, is that the Department of Health it's God's channel of healing to the world. Nalibalana lilfuchane, 4 young men who were friends, even whilst they were young people, whilst they were children. Uthi abathathu kubo babefunde kakhulu, omnye engafundanga kodwa ene-natural wisdom. Bathi ke ababathathu bafunde kakhulu. What good is there for us? Into yobana sihlale apha. Why don't we go to kings and sibonakalalise i-scholarship sethu uba sifunde kangakanani sikwazi ufumana imali. Kuthiwe no, that's a good idea, besawube beconsulted. That's a good idea, and babe sebesithi ke all right. sawuhamba kodwa ke umfowethu lungafundanga ngoba akana certificate akhonto azayibonisa makashiyeke kutsho omnye owesibini athi no uright makashiyeke nyani athi owesithathu no that's not the way to go tulo sikhule naye sizi friends sibancinci masihambe naye hamba nathi sikwazi into ubana sifumane sakusherishela kulonto siyifumanayo bahambile as they went in the woods babona kukhona esilwanyana athi omnye ngokufunda kwakhe athi ndingawahlanganisa lamathambo siwabone kakuhle uba befana uba esilwanyana simenjani kuthiwe yenza enze kuthiwe ke athi wesibini mna ndingawanika flesh and skin kuthiwe kawenze sibone enze bona aba yeyi ingonyama le athi owesithathu mna ndine-ability I can give it life athi lo une-natural wisdom no ndiyacela ungayiniki ubomi ngoba iyawuvuka isiqwenge sonke apha uthi omnye hayibo ucinga uba mayibe ndim ongabonakalisiyo imfundo yakhe uba ingakanani andizuyenza loo nto I will show nam ngokwami into kokubana ndinako ukwenza into uthi ke lo mfo uthi kandilinde kancinci so that I climb up this tree wenyuka wakhwela emthini wathi hayi kungaqhuba ke wayinika ubomi ngonyama ingonyama yavuka yabaqwenga bobathathu after all that had happened wehla lamfa emthini wagoduka esindile zakwinto ethi ke noba si ngogqirha sifundile ndithanda into kokubana ke apha koku kwethu ukufunda asivusi izinto ezizawusibulala kodwa into yonke siyenzayo thina inika ubomi like I said that health generally it's God's vessel of bringing healing to God's people. Siyavuyisana ke sibulela sicongratulate ngale public lecture cela ke sithandaze. Gracious Lord Almighty, you are the Savior of the world, the lover of our souls, the ruler of all nations. We thank you for life, thank you for good health, and for the doctors and the whole Department of Health that serve as an instrument for your healing in the world. We pray now in the name of Jesus that you would lead and guide us in all our doings. Be with the master of ceremonies, all the people who have been appointed to say something. May we all learn and give glory to your name. Be with us.
Ya la Nkosi, ya la Nkosi singa ayitheli imfundiso zezi ilakho. Let me take this opportunity then and formally greet. I'm told that there is a person who's leading the EC Department of Health, CEO Mam Tonjana, and the entire team of Nelson Mandela. The university was supposedly to be led by Prof. Krita, who is not around. The entire university and the staff, the politicians, I'm told that is kokelwa apparently. Khona abantu basuke eParliament but bazakwaziswa xa lihamba ixesha. Ndibulise ke nabantu bonke abave nakwe social media platforms uba kuzaba kule public lecture Ndibulise nabantu ke aba online. Be sensitive and know that we have viewers online as a call for whatever that we do. So we are behind schedule by at least 30 minutes. So each speaker was allocated 10 minutes. So you have to do good game. So managed 21 minutes from each speaker so that you accommodate that time. And those ways because most of the talking will be this side so that Prof as expected. So the program goes as follows. I'm not going to read the program. I'm just going to call the speakers. I'm sure DJ, you are at that side just to play soft music when they are coming. And then, or if they want to sing, we can't just be quiet when they are coming on the stage. Yeah, I'm sure they will look for an alternative. And then the next speaker in our program then is a person who's going to welcome the guests and do an introduction of the day. Is Prof. Rusike. I'm not sure if he's able to sing, but I'm sure he's late. All right. All right. All right, Prof. All right.
But what she will do is the way we do it up in the corner.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes.
Welcome.
Just tip mine.
Okay, thank you. Umbane is fighting now. Prof Tita is not able to be here. But what he has done is he has given me a speech to read. So I will read through the speech. Ndingalahleka lindixolele. Thank you very much, Program Director, Mr. Mini, for the opportunity to make some of the remarks as the faculty continues to honor academic stalwarts who have contributed to our journey during the 40 years. It is indeed a privilege on behalf of the faculty and the university to welcome you all to today's lecture in honor of the son of Engcobo and of the Eastern Cape. Let me take this opportunity to extend a special warm greeting to Professor Mdaka's family, who are here present, guest speaker Prof Mashamba, faculty executive committee members, ladies and gentlemen. As we continue to reflect on the 4 decades of our existence as the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, we can't help but be proud of the contributions this faculty has made to the development of our society and the health system in South Africa. We have been and continue to be emphatic, to be unwavering, and to be explicit in our commitment to produce healthcare workers who serve the population in general, but with a bias towards rural and underserved areas of our country. As part of building and preserving the memory of this faculty, we present this honorary lecture today to recognize, to celebrate, and to pay homage to the exceptional contributions of Prof Mdaka in medical education and in the delivery and strengthening of obstetrics and gynecology services. This lecture is our way of formally expressing our appreciation to Prof Mdaka and his family and his contribution, for his leadership, for his guidance over the 23 years in which he has been part of this Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology and in our faculty. Honorary lectures serve an important role in academic recognition and are a platform to recognize and pay tribute to those who have displayed immense dedication and contribution to the faculty and to the provincial healthcare delivery platform, and to celebrate their accomplishments during the course of their career and the legacy that they have left behind. Program Director and distinguished guests, allow me to share with you a synopsis of Prof. Mdaka's biography to reflect his journey from the beginning up to his professional and academic achievements as a specialist obstetrician and gynecologist. Professor Lungisa Mana Mdaka was born on 11 November 1957. I thought I was older than you. After completing his matric in 1975, he proceeded to enroll for the Bachelor of Science at the University of Fort Hare, completing in 1978. He then proceeded to enroll for his medical studies at the then Medical University of South Africa. He joined the ECDOH as principal specialist in 2003 and began his journey as a lecturer in the faculty and ultimately leading the department as the head of department. During the 22 years, Prof. Mdaka pioneered several initiatives to improve and strengthen obstetrics and gynecology services in the region. These initiatives included supporting peripheral hospitals in terms of upskilling the medical staff in areas such as essential steps in managing obstetric emergencies and other outreach support. These interventions have had a long-standing impact in improving obstetric outcomes. In addition, Prof. Mdaka was appointed as head of Department of the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department at Walter. I'll just say Walter Sisulu in 2015, and was instrumental in the modernization of tertiary services in Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital. He was central in strengthening the academic offering of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology in terms of developing subspecialties such as fetal-maternal medicine, reproductive medicine, gynecological oncology, and urogynecology. He was also instrumental in starting the colposcopy and the large loop excision and the transformation zone services. During his tenure, the department produced no less than 20 specialists and hundreds of medical graduates. Aye, let's clap for this one. Prof. Mdaka served in the Eastern Cape Provincial Committee on confidential inquiries into maternal deaths and is one of the founding members, member of the South African Society of Obstetrics and Gynecology. He was an expert contributor to guidelines for the management of hypertension disorders in pregnancy, and he was an examiner of the College of Medicine of South Africa. Prof. Mdaka has also been involved in a number of research projects over the years. There is a whole list here. I will talk about a few, Prof. The knowledge and utilization of emergency contraception amongst patients attending antenatal clinic and those requesting termination of pregnancy at Dr. Mkhari Hospital, formerly known as Garankuwa Hospital in Pretoria. Post-operative outcomes in patients who had ruptured uterus in Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital with Dr. Wandabga. He was involved, he has several publications on human papilloma virus prevalence and risk factors among HIV negative and HIV positive women in the rural Eastern Cape. Also a publication on acceptability of self-collection for human papilloma detection in the Eastern Cape. With this honorary lecture, the faculty and the university community, but also as part of the greater community of the Eastern Cape and South Africa, we would like to express our gratitude for his life, for his commitment and dedication to medical education and providing stewardship to the provision of obstetrics and gynecology services in the region. We say without fear of contradiction that Prof. Mdaka is a living testament that a life lived with purpose, with humility, and in the service of humanity goes a long way in making society better. I really want to repeat this. We say without fear of contradiction that Prof. Mdaka is a living testament that a life lived with purpose, with humility, those that know him, you know that, and in the service of humanity goes a long way in making society better. Thank you, Prof. For those who have crossed the paths with Prof. Mdaka, whether academic, professional, or personal, it is impossible not to be in awe of his incredible humility. Elder R.G. Scott says, and I quote, "We must cultivate true humility and the ability to be humble, but the sacred gift of true humility is the precious, fertile soil of righteous character. You are the quintessential embodiment of excellence in your professional and academic journey, and yet you have kept your humanity and your humility." Siyabulela Cithwayo. Ngungi, I will have to do this. Don't. Ngingila Machobendlovu. Aye. With you here, we are unshaken in our assertion that indeed we stand on the shoulder of giants. Thank you very much, Program Director. Thank you very much, everyone.
Ave kunzima ukufunda ispeech somuntu. Hey, kodwa masimqhubeni izandla kakhulu meme yena uzamile bethuna. Hey. Hake danikwe sika president njengele sika president Ramaphosa kodwa manje sifunde. Oh kodwa ngithembakali because yabuthi nonjengela ayisuka. All right, masenze kanje. I think because the couch is here, let's ask the panel. I'm sure your organizing team know the panel be consist of obani beze ngaphambili. So that sithethe ngaye simjonge ngqo emehlweni. Sizozoba umfanekiso ongqondweni apha wakhe uprofessor. Prof Mdaka Dumela. Prof Mdaka Dumela. We kuzawuliwa. Kuzawubanzinyana. Ndihleli no professor bodwa nabethuna lapha endlini. Iphansi khine. Can get dikhalu ifakwe ngoba noba lapha eFlorin nje just one vibe song for him. Anyone guys? Kaloku professor wethu lo sonke. Misa mayibenya uthembakalanga lento yocula namhla. Hayi kunzinyana kumnandanga. I'm sure when you're done you'll tell me, ma'am. Ave kumnandi ukubona abantu benkosi efana ave kumnandi ukubona abantu benkosi efana Ivana. Hibambeni, because ixesha lingasibethi kakhulu. Now, I think the panel is here, and xa sithetha naye ndingavuya kukho le nto yalo live ukuthi abanye abantu banigqibela kudala, so uba nime kweli cala novela nonke. Ngoku kwelaa cala kuthiwa kuvela uthanda ukuvela apha ngasentloko qha, mhlawumbi umuntu abe free to move across the stage so that nabantu ba-online bakubone kakhulu. So we are moving along the program. CEO wesibhedlele, the Nelson Mandela Academic, I think it's you, ma'am, next on the stage.
I feel greatly honored today as the CEO of Nelson Mandela to actually talk about Prof. Mdaka whilst he's still alive. That's what is important to me. I just want to greet everyone here, all the faculty from Walter Sisulu, and also the management and the staff of Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital. And most importantly, I want to greet Prof. Mdaka's family, as they have given us igolide. Le golide, you won't say it's a gold when you first meet with him, until umsondeze, umshinisa, ubona this is really the real gold, glitterish. I'm talking on behalf of Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital. Prof zamqala ku personal, dimze ku administrative, ndigqibele ngo clinical wakhe ongu core business. But I just want to give a glimpse of his stay within Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital. I think you have met, as it has been alluded by the previous speaker. I'm too tall, okay. Thank you very much. I'm a giraffe now. I can see everyone, even the trees on top of the trees. Okay, I think we have met Prof as an institution. When I looked into his personal profile within our HR department, we have met him in October in 2003 as a medical specialist. I think, as it has been alluded, he intends NECOMSERVs and others has done it somewhere. And then in 2004, his salary was adjusted. But in 2009, he was appointed as a head of clinical department. And somewhere in 2022, we did a termination of services. It was in 2022 November. But I think we did fill the gap as an institution, as Nelson Mandela management, wherein November, we reappointed her again in December, same 2022. And he continued to be the head of department for ONG up until we permanently terminated his service in 2025. That's the employment history of Prof. Mdaka. But I want to come to the personal life of Prof. Mdaka. Personal life of Prof. Mdaka, I've just met him in 2023, but I don't doubt who he is in terms of the personal life. I've observed a warm, listening person. I've observed a person who's actually very supportive to social combat. if you rub shoulders with Prof Mdaka, you will understand that he's coming from humble beginnings. He's so humble, and he's very compassionate, and he will support you in every aspect of your life without hassles. So when you look into him, you would say, why Prof ephansi kangaka? Because some of the profs, we know them to be the most educated people. But when you look into Prof Mdaka, you look into someone who's just Tata wasemakhaya. And coming to we called him because kukhona a relative yakhe ethi Bhuti. We end up all of us calling Bhuti rather than Prof. We say Bhuti, Uphu Bhuti. He was our brother, and we meant it when we say Uphu Bhuti. Coming to administrative life work, Prof has assisted institution as Nelson Mandela in terms of accreditation. Walter Sisulu and Nelson Mandela has been accredited by HPCSA due to her contribution, his contribution. When the HPCSA is coming, you'll find that he's moving like anything for the success of accreditation, Walter Sisulu and Nelson Mandela. So he's amongst the stalwarts that have actually contributed to accreditation. Now that you have a training institution as Nelson Mandela and Walter Sisulu, it's because of his contribution. Secondly, Prof, we in administration, we actually put him as head of department ONG and Sapinde some tasker to be the leader, GM clinical governance. Whilst posts administration, they tend to have a pressure. You wouldn't see Prof Mdaka that pressure is too much because he listens to everybody and he supports everybody and he ensures that the directive of the department or a management, it is carried out. Remember, we had issues around medical legal claims as the department across. And Prof Mdaka has been innovative in terms of being amongst the professors and the specialists that are looking into medical legal claims. And as such, their deliberation and their participation in that, they actually helped the department because when there's a medical legal claim, they come together. Remember, maternal, that is ONG, has been the one that has been highly litigated. So they will come together and look into the file of the patient, whether we do have, we can defend the case or we cannot defend. And he will summarize that file as a specialist looking into the file. And the lawyers will be taking that file so that they could go and defend in the court. And as such, we have observed a reduction in terms of medical claims. I think we need to clap for this one. Prof has been very much instrumental in terms of, remember, Nelson Mandela has been accredited by the Minister of Health in 2012 as a central hospital. And it is amongst the 10 in the world. And it is the only central hospital in the Eastern Cape. And as such, they have to build up towards the package of Nelson Mandela as a central hospital. He has been very much innovative and active in terms of building a central hospital package. Remember, starting from a regional hospital, which is a Mdaka complex, now they have to build it to be a central hospital. And when they build it, some of the social determinants of health, That is our roads, our poverty levels, and everything that you could attribute with the rural district. They also have to, they had challenges in terms of building that progressively, that central hospital as Nelson Mandela, because some of the specialists could not stay in a rural area. They didn't want to stay in this rural area. They look for the schools, they look for the roads and all other issues that affect the social determinants of health, the environment that they would be working under. So they train them, the doctors, and once it's qualified, they move to other provinces. It has been the innovation for Prof. Mdaka, who actually decided that let us train our own doctors. Upon that training of our own doctors, this is where we have observed now a growth in terms of Nelson Mandela. And currently, a package year to as Nelson Mandela is close to 80% because of umsebenzi wabo. So, siyabulela ke professors zethu ukuthi abantwana bakuthi bazo investa back into their homes, and as such ke uProf has been instrumental, uyitshilo apha the previous speaker, in that the ONG department is the only department that has produced more than 15 specialists within this area. Asishoti ngado kwa ONG, asishoti ngado, siyacimela sijongise eqaleni, knowing that all is well ngenxa kaProf Mdaka. And besides that, he has also actually developed a super specialist now. They become specialists and then they go and further study it. And kwabane super specialist, we've got maternal. That is the doctors that could identify umntana in utero, esesesibelekweni, ukuthi unai abnormality or not, is through Prof Mdaka. We have also developed reproductive medicine. Remember, we have been trending across all media platforms in terms of the reproductive medicine, wherein we are helping mothers who cannot bear children through IVF. When I came in here in 2023, Prof Mdaka. We have got a gyne-oncologist, doctors, gyne-oncologist. Siyayazi cancer is one of the killers in the country, and the chronic condition that is coming up, and US mama, cancer, yes, beleko namabele. Prof Mdaka produced a super specialist. It's not Dr. Wetomngane. They are coming serving their people through a urogynecologist. Sibulela ngokuba ngoku siyakwazi ngokuyicontainer i-cancer yethu yabantu abangomama umsebenzi kaProf. He has produced also a urogynecologist because ubonile uProf ukuthi this is another area that needs attention. And wathumela umntana, wamentorisha and do everything because he wanted to build up the institution as Nelson Mandela. We are enough ngenxa kaProf Mdaka. I will come to clinical. Clinical aspect kaProf Mdaka was that we did observe that really this is a leader. This is a leader that could actually transfer his skills zayo. Nakubani na, because a leader has to survive even during storms, not only when it is much better. Prof Mdaka, we are one head of department for ONG on the clinical aspect. Let me tell you something. When I sit with him with strategic meetings zethu, and Prof uzovala kakuhle ungena ifone asebeze ayiphendula athi ma'am mandike ndoncedisa la gqirha phaya. Can you see i-mentoring yakhe? Uyahamba aye theatre ngokusele producile, but ogqirha bakhe they know that if there's anything okay, if there's anything Prof ebeyithanda kukuba abe very much supportive kwi-team yakhe ye-specialist. Ebephuma noba ukweyiphi meeting ahambe ayonxiba e-theatre a-assiste in that regard. And I think ube passionate, and nabantwana bakhe specialist consultants, they knew that they could call upon him for him to make them to be the best. As I've indicated, uzo expand the clinical services and wa participate. Appointed, we're always as reviewer APP yetu, performance reviews. Kutwe, hey, Alfred nzo OR Tambo in a high maternal death. But through intervention ka Prof, Prof yaithanda community-based services. He just not sit in the hospital chair, or just sits in the Walter Sisulu chair. He goes out to the communities. And as such, go participate in that regard. It has made us, as the province, and Yabe is singular out, what OR Tambo has reduced the maternal mortality rate. Ubehla ngokucelwa ke apha kum ndifonele iphondo kuthiwe there is a problem in ONG in Frere or in Living in Frere or in Livingston Hospital. Once there's a problem in ONG in Frere in Living Hospital, these are other tertiary services. Kuzothiwa mama uMthonjana sicela usiboleke uProf Mdaka azo intervene. So he was everywhere, even at provincial level. So they are guided by him. Participate kakhulu ke workshops na conferences as a pondo for impacting the knowledge. I think they were the two at some point in time in the province. Inguye no Mama Choba luhlele ecaleni kwakhe umatron wakhe. Umatron lo Mama Choba. They were actually giving guidance and support and sharing in knowledge, because by knowledge hub yale department, Eastern Cape Department of Health under ONG. Sabonu ukuthi hey, these people bayiphiwe and bayayiphila into yabo. Khona into ba uyitrain into but ungayiphili. But bona they were actually living it. And in conclusion, Prof Mdaka is a testimony on living a meaning life, not only for himself, but for everyone that is around him. Si khalela Prof babe kuya ngokwethu besinokukwaita ungafi because usisisele senyathi uyinto yonke kuthi kwathi. We really appreciate your contribution to the world, to the communities, to health professionals. Yanga uThixo angakusikelela. And to the family, thank you very much for borrowing us. Nisiboleke le icon esithe xa siyirabha safumana sibatyhini nivele nasikhuphela igolide yakamdaka. Siyabulela kakhulu and thank you very much.
Oh. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if this will be favorable for everyone. le ibekwe apha kunzima ukwehla ke ngokusi ibe ukhwelile phezulu bekubhetele ubekunyuka uyehliwa ngo enzela uba ke abantu baqala besho ngestory sabo before they come here. Ngoku ndandisadlala ibhola ke njengele ndidlala iPirates i-national team le yaseGauteng yo hayi ke mandiyeke ke because ndiyabona uba
Good morning, colleagues. Yo. Yo. Okay. Morning, colleagues, and I just want to say a good morning to Prof Mdaka and to everyone who's here, especially Bishop Betu. Royalty to aphe emaXhoseni nabantu bakwamgebe emaXhoseni nabantu bakwamgebe as well as zonke colleagues who are here today. So apha phambi kwenu ndinguBusi Busisiwe Mkhakha, ndinguProfessor Mkhakha. I'm the head of anesthesiology and I feel very honored to be speaking here in front of you. So before Nkale, I have a speech, but I want to first talk about a relationship shortly with Prof Mdaka. Prof Mdaka is uhleli no Dr. Madibapa, but baya shorter because bane unholy alliance no Mama Kwetini bathathu and ngabantu ababephethe isibhedlela. So I started my job here 12 years ago, ngo 2014. The recruiter ngu Dr. Madiba, and I think it was at a time apho isibhedlela besichinja. They were really trying to get young local Xhosa people to actually come up. We have a lot of our graduates, base WSU, abazi specialist. They are all over the country, bako Joburg, Cape Town. Bayathanda ufike besifonela besithi bane relatives ezigulayo. Thina siqonda, why are you telling us? Why aren't you coming home to take care of your people? So I also came from Joburg, having been a bara, but ndingwala lapha eMthatha. Otata umfundisi siyabazi phazi neighbors zam pha St. John's eCallaway. But I'm emphasizing ba uProf Mdaka made it his mission uba abantu mabeze bazophangela nababehambile abafonele xa esiva bagqibile abantu buyani guys, let's come, let's build this place. So that's the person we are talking about. So ngoku I'm going to my speech. So, according to my speech here, which I did write, and yanga ku ChatGPT, disibhale ngokwam. Another issue, another relationship, Prof Mdaka uyayazi, i-department yam neyakhe are the closest in the hospital. Siyaxabana nabanye, everyone is always looking, okay, can't this introduce kakhle? I'm the head of anesthesiology. Anesthesia is the discipline where abantu bayalaliswa so that they can be operated on. So we work with the obstetricians and gynecologists. We work with the surgeons. We also work in ICU. So we work with everyone. So everyone in the hospital is always fighting with us because they want things done their own way. But our relationship with ONG is the best because we meet with them every month. We iron out any issues. Mnano Prof siyafonelana even late at night. Si discuss uba okay sizoyithini le. But aske sixabane. Yes. Injalo, because problems come up every day. Like last night we had a problem with electricity and we couldn't operate. So we had to discuss. So I'm trying to say that he's matured like that. He just wants his into to work out. He doesn't use the violent approach like other HODs or Prof Adeleke who are very... Okay, so it's both a privilege and a deep personal honor for me to stand before you today to speak about a colleague, a leader, and a friend. our former head of Ops and Gynae. I must say former because now we have a new head of ONG. And sometimes kunzima, sometimes we phone Prof. Prof at no, phone Dr. Mbongozi because he's the one. So we must just understand that Prof has groomed Dr. Mbongozi very well in line with the kind of leader he is, grooming Abantu for the future. So anyway, so it's an honor to speak about Prof Mdaka. So the main word here is collaboration, which we've learned from Prof Mdaka. As the head of anesthesiology, I've had the privilege of witnessing this spirit of collaboration through my work with Prof Mdaka. The relationship between our departments is one of the clearest examples of interdependence in medicine. Every safe cesarean section, every emergency theater case, every critically ill mother stabilized in the middle of the night, every difficult airway managed under pressure, every newborn safely delivered into the hands of a waiting team, these moments remind us that no single department succeeds alone. Anesthesiology and obstetrics are partners in some of the most critical and emotionally significant moments in healthcare. We work together where urgency meets precision, where science meets compassion, where teamwork often determines outcomes. What has made this partnership particularly meaningful is that our colleague, Prof Mdaka, has never approached leadership with a narrow departmental mindset. He has always understood that strengthening one department strengthens the entire hospital. I think my first story is testimony to that. Like right now, our department is often short-staffed. Prof Mdaka, no Dr. Mbongos, they know that their registrars are trained to work in ICU. So they send them to ICU to support so that we can also open more theaters to allow them to operate. Okay, I would like to share a personal example of this. It's also very personal because it involves a colleague who has left, Dr. Kabambi. So some time ago, Prof Mdaka, from his departmental funds, please don't be angry with him, from departmental funds, ONG, he paid for Dr. Kabambi to go on a training, equality in healthcare. And Dr. Kabambi, with those skills, he came back and he started patient blood management, which is an important committee in the hospital. So there's a committee called Patient Blood Management. It's very important because it ensures that blood usage in the hospital is appropriately used, because some of you may be aware that blood is a scarce resource. So when people are injured in car accidents and everything, sometimes they don't have access to blood. So we needed to have a committee that was actually going to ensure that doctors and everyone in the hospital uses blood transfusions appropriately. So we needed someone who had passion for that, Dr. Kabambi. So Prof Mdaka wathatha imali zakwa ONG wabhatalela ukuba Dr. Kabambi can go and do the training so that he can lead that committee. So that is just an illustration of the commitment of the men in front of us. Okay. So that gesture may have appeared simple on the surface, but it reflected something much deeper, an understanding that investment in people transcends departmental boundaries. By supporting the development of a member of anesthesiology, he was strengthening patient care across the institution. He recognized that quality healthcare is not owned by one department, it's built collectively. So that spirit of generosity and vision had a lasting impact. And I also speak from personal experience when I say that my own journey into leadership was influenced significantly by him. I was recruited into my current position as head of anesthesiology through the encouragement of Prof Mdaka, his leadership working together with Dr. Madiba, as I've already mentioned. And that opportunity changed the trajectory of my professional life. So true leaders do not merely build their own departments. They identify potential in others. They create opportunities and they build systems that will outlast them. As we've seen, Prof Mdaka with the subspecialists and the PhD CAP, Dr. Mbongozi, has built a lot of clinicians that will strengthen the department, and hopefully they'll have learned the art of collaboration and supporting other departments to take the message forward. So in many ways, we are celebrating somebody who understands that leadership is not about control, it's about empowerment. In many ways, we want to emphasize this aspect that leadership is not control, it's empowerment. And Prof Mdaka works behind the scenes. So many of what you'll hear today, you may not even be aware that he was doing that, but he was behind the scenes. We are sebeza, as Mama Mtonjana said, see, Dr. Kabambi, once again, okay. Then he goes, he's phoning Dr. Kamlash at that time. And then the appointment is coming out. So he's really somebody who works tangibly rather than speaking loudly and making ructions. So we celebrate a leader. They know it's true. Thank you. But that just shows that Prof Mdaka is that way. However, he would actually try to get the staff distributed in all the departments so that the work gets done. Okay, so let me just, I'm not concluding yet. No. Okay, so the problem is that disebenza a tablet and imibane and stuff like that. So I lose my place, and the age is a problem. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so we celebrate someone who has helped build bridges between departments instead of walls. In healthcare, especially in our environment, where resources can be limited and pressures can be immense, collaboration is not a luxury, it's a necessity. And collaboration doesn't happen automatically, unfortunately, unless you are deliberate about it. So it requires humility, it requires trust, it requires respect for colleagues, and it requires leaders who are willing to listen, to support others, to work towards a common purpose greater than themselves. And I think that's the message we are getting about Prof Mdaka. Those qualities are not always easy to find, but they are qualities that our colleague has consistently demonstrated. As fellow heads of departments, we know that leadership often involves difficult decisions, long hours, carrying responsibilities that many people never fully see. But leadership also creates opportunities to shape institutions, to mentor young professionals, and to leave behind systems that improve the lives of patients and staff alike. So today I can say with sincerity that our hospital and our health system are stronger because of Prof Mdaka's contribution. The mothers cared for are more safe now. The teams working are more collaborative. The young doctors are mentored, because we heard that he also mentors the interns. The departments are strengthened and standards have been raised. These are all achievements that matter. And while titles and positions may one day change, the impact of meaningful leadership remains visible in the people who were supported, the systems that were improved, and the culture that was created. To Prof Mdaka, thank you for your partnership, your leadership, your support, and your belief in collaboration. Thank you for recognizing that excellence in healthcare is never the work of one person or one department alone. Thank you for helping build not only OBS and Gynae, but the broader hospital community around it. And on behalf of anesthesiology and all my colleagues who are heads of departments and specialists in the hospital, I want to personally thank you And I extend words of appreciation, of respect, and warm congratulations for reaching the milestones that you've reached. May your example continue to inspire all of us who have the responsibility and privilege of serving within the health system. Thank you, Siyabulela Mkebe.
One, two. Siyamba sobabini mhlakazi ngathi manje ngicinyela ngokuhlala. Wanye sisempini. All right. Uthiwa man indicate nje into ezimbalwa that bathrooms. Oh, sorry ma'am, as you're coming through the station. Bathrooms wanye sithabe emthatha kaze ablution area. Uthiwa zikweliqala ngapha. Left of the hall, ladies and gents, now it's for Manapaya. Yeah, over to you.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Sibongile Mandondo. I'm a district clinical obstetrician and gynecologist. I work in the Central Region in Amatole, but I support the province. I'm also the Eastern Cape representative of in the National Committee of Confidential Inquiries into Maternal Deaths, of which Prof is a proud member. I just want to greet everyone. I want to greet the Executive Dean in absentia. I want to greet the associates. No, sorry, I think my last one is on the phone here. Okay. This is not working for me. All right. So I've also been asked by Dr. Selando, who is also the Dean of FRE, and I'm doing this presentation on behalf of the collective. She extends her apology for her inability to attend this meeting and really is thankful, hence sent a message which I will forward to Prof. I also want to have a small message from Dr. Mbambisa, who was a partner to Professor Mdaka. So I want to say all protocol is observed. I want to greet the political leadership as well as the traditional leadership and my colleagues and other guests, as well as my colleague, Professor Mashamba, who is also part of the same confidential inquiry. So all of us here are actually part of the confidential inquiries into maternal death. I want to greet also Professor Mdaka's family. Today we celebrate a great person, and many of these things have been said by many of our colleagues. I'm honored that I represent the Central Region, where Prof. Mdaka was the first doctor who started his career actually as an intern. Then after going to Livingston and MRH, he came back to actually be grounded again at Cecilia Makiwan prior to going to Medunsa to actually do his career as an obstetrician and gynecologist. So his small beginnings started with us. He served the department. When I talk about Prof. Mdaka, I feel that he understood the quote that says, "A healthy start is essential to every human life course, with birth holding the highest risk of death, of disability, of loss of development potential, as well as leading to major societal effects." This golden minute is important because it determines the child's development and their future quality of life. Because of his service and his business, it is actually, he has given birth to many business people, many political leaders who have actually transformed our society. To the world, Prof, you may be one, but to those families that you've given birth to, you were the world in the event when an obstetric emergency happened. Now, Prof, I served with Prof in the Clinical Medical Legal Committee, where we encountered a situation where the medical legal claims from maternity and cerebral palsy amounted to 32 billion. These medical legal claims, they were extended over a 20-year period. And the budget of health to run the department was 39 billion. So you could imagine that if all those cases had gone to court, then the Department of Health would have gone bankrupt. Through the partnership, Central, we had representatives from Eastern Central and the Western region. And we had to come out, we realized that there was a lot of fragmentation in the department in how it was handling the medical legal claims. And we came up with strategies which were multi-pronged, trying to bring the department to fight this. This was actually developed by our premier. We were appointed by our premier in terms of Oscar Mabuyane. And then we formulated a medical legal strategy that also included record reviews and developed records, which were going to, we called it an encephalopathy record, which was going to see an improvement in the quality and in the management of the neonates that were born with low APGARs. Prof is actually a very persuasive and influential person, as it has been said. And if you look at his department, I always wondered, oh, Western Cape has good outcomes, but what is the strategy? And we always said that, oh, part of their strategies is where it places its registrars and how it looks after the periphery. And Prof, we have seen, has clearly adopted that strategy for the Eastern region, which he was very passionate about. And he also leads by example. When some of the consultants did not want to go and work in MRH during the time of his tenure, he was the only consultant who was willing to go and support MRH, as MRH was initially a regional hospital with a district hospital package. But later, the MRH actually developed a number of disciplines, and at this point, we can proudly say that it is very far to developing a regional service package. Now, Nelson Mandela is a central hospital, which is in KSD. And however, what I want to say is that it gets complicated maternal referrals from 4 districts, actually Amatolejo, Gabi, Alfredo, or Tambo. The maternal mortality, I'm gonna not go back 10 years, I'm just gonna go back to the last 3 years, was actually 409 per 100,000 deliveries. And the whole of our Tambo was 190. This was above what the provincial target of 120 should be, and above what, the national department's goal of 100,000. But look at Prof. Mdaka, his attitude to things. I always think about this with awe. Prof. Mdaka's character and positive intelligence, you can learn more about positive intelligence. You can be unintelligent or you can live in the sage. Prof lives in the sage in every moment. And when I thought about him, we had covered, and this turned the tides in terms of all the efforts that we had made to actually reduce maternal mortality in this province. But Prof, and you know what happens is that you have central hospitals and we'll compare central hospitals, you have multiple visitors saying the highest maternal mortality is in Nelson Mandela Academic. But you know what? Prof did not go and look for specialists. He never looked with shame. When this was raised, he did not look at it with shame because he understood that it was not his failure, it was actually a failure of the system. And what did this result in? When you look internally, you look at people that you think you're going to be able to retain. And therefore, he looked at his own registrars, placed them in the periphery, he took his own specialists, and then developed them into subspecialty. So that is what it means when it says you lift as you rise. And he's clearly demonstrated this, and I felt this title was very befitting for the person that he is. But it is actually extremely encouraging that in the year of his retirement, the KSD maternal mortality has dropped from 470 to 117. This is like a fourfold reduction in the maternal mortality. Actually, for Nelson Mandela itself, I wish to congratulate my colleagues and the team because the number of maternal deaths have reduced from actually 35 to 16 in 2024 to 16 in 2025 at the time that he retires. And I believe that this is the work of actually trying to build systems that then will actually outlive your own existence. Then the Minister of Health, and then I say Prof. Mdaka committed himself fully to saving mothers and babies, and he's made a significant contribution to the Department of Health's vision for a long and healthy life for all South Africans. In quest to seek solutions to save the maternal deaths, which was a problem, the minister, as early as 1989, said, look, I need a committee, I need provincial representation, I need to establish this committee, which is called the NCCCMD. And you know what? He then appointed Dr. Kokwana, who's then the Minister of Health in the Eastern Cape, then decided to appoint Dr. Mbambisa to actually take on this role as the chair, the representative of Eastern Cape in the NCCMD. But who does he think to bring along, to bring the change? Prof. Mdaka. So for as early, Prof qualified in 2003, for as early as 2004, Prof has served in this committee for 22 years. And what is also of interest, this is a voluntary committee, no money, akukho mali akubhatalwa mntu. You have to work Saturdays and Sundays and volunteer every quarter to look at every maternal death in the province and to try and find problems so that we can seek to find solutions, so that we can write reports and we can actually present what we think are potential solutions to the Minister of Health. And I must say, colleagues, after Dr. Mbambisa, there was Dr. Shun, and then I took over. I must say that it is I find it extremely embarrassing to sit before Minister Mtsoaledi and have to explain, make recommendations about what should be done by the whole country to reduce maternal mortality, and you are not reducing it in your own thing. It's like, oh, you're just playing lip service. You don't know what you're doing. But I am pleased that the Eastern Cape as a whole in 2025 has reduced its maternal mortality from 139 to 98.7 in 2025. So there is we all have to adhere and achieve SDG targets. And the SDG target is actually 70 per 100,000 in 2030. We are optimistic, and I know Prof is very optimistic that with the colleagues and the team that we've built, we'll be able to achieve this. And no, it's not my last one. Let me just quickly summarize this. Now, in 2026, the College of Medicine has realized that there's a different caliber of specialists that it needs. And Prof is a total embodiment of what that means. So what they did was they said, look, we're not just going to look at academic competency, we're going to look at emotional competency and many other attributes to be able to determine if a person is able to progress in the career of a doctor. And so we have started the training, and ONG is actually one of the leading departments in implementing this SWAT. I think that what Aristotle says is this. I'm going to read his quote. He says, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. And this you can see, this is relevant today as it was many centuries ago. This quote is simple and yet it is powerful. It means intelligence alone will not lead to a complete education. The heart, however, stands for something equally important, and this is compassion, morality, empathy, emotional standing, kindness, integrity, and self-awareness. This has been testamented by many people. The quote suggests that education is not complete if it does not produce individuals lacking maturity and ethical values. However, this quote from Aristotle tells us that in a society full of technically brilliant people, but no compassion, you might have inequality, you will have conflict, you will have dishonesty, and you will have social divisions. And this is what we're seeing in the Mdaka Commission. This is what inequality will do to our people. In a world which is even more driven by competition, by technology and rapid change, the count continues to provide an important reminder that intelligence may help the people to succeed, but it is the humanity that will help societies to survive and grow together. Prof, when he walks into each room, he paints it with warmth and strength. He not only sees the hands as tangible partnership with God, not only were his hands a tangible partnership with God to bring lives to earth, they embodied the heart of their own. Prof led, Prof held, Prof lifted. Prof never stopped to breathe into every person he encountered. It almost felt as though his hands have been completely surrendered to a life that will bring all the elements, and that is why everyone was empowered by his presence. As you retire, Prof, these hands must continue to be the full of life, but this time, this life must be for you, equally as much as it is for patients. I want to quote a poem about what success is. Success is to laugh much, which he does, to win the respect of intelligent people and the affection of children, to earn the appreciation of honest critics and to endure the betrayal of false friends, to appreciate the beauty, to find the best in others, to live the world a bit better. This is whether it's by a healthy child or a garden patch or a redeemed social condition. You saw about his passion for cervical cancer. But also it is to know that one life has breathed easier because you live. I believe this is how you have succeeded. And lastly, I would like Prof to stand. As I award you.
Oh.
That the Lord will make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. That the Lord will
Oh. Oh man, this is so cute.
I will share the message from Dr. Mbambisa. My apologies. There is a small message from Dr. Mbambisa. It's a letter written to you. I haven't read it, but I will share it with you. Thank you.
Hayi makashayeni izandla phela. Asibakuze kuthethwe nini ngawe na Nkosi yami ukube lapha kwelicala. Oh Thixo nofefe. Imanandi Thixo. Oh Nkosi. Umhlambi masenze kanje. I think we recognize nje that we have few dignitaries amongst ourselves. Mhlambi biza nje shy. Nisose niyazi ba nihleli nabantu abalantu. We have Bishop from a church, Bishop JT Ngombane. If he can just wave. Yeah. All right, we have Mr. Sakima Kozoma from the Business Fraternity. Oh, okay. Bathi kucela uthi nje ubaqobe nje Mr. ubaqobe nje ushukumele ubaqobe nje. That's all. Nagia. All right. We have the Deputy Minister Defense Minister Bantu Olomisa General. Hayi kunzima ke nokuthi makaphakame ke. Angavilani iphambene makwedini. Wake wabuzwa into ye-Chiefs kwezinto ze-social media. Baxelela abo baphambene. Yo, hi. All right. Then we have our CEO of Academic Hospital, Mem Tonjana. All right. We again have the Executive Mayor of Afrenzo, Ms. Honorable Sobutongo Tsileng. We have people from the Royal House as led by Unkosi Patekile Olomisa. Tilis Nta. All right. Then Sinani ke ngobethu nani. And others. All right. Mhlambi we must mention because we are noting contributions of Prof. Mdaka. We are told that last year there were 6 people that just qualified kule program FC OG. Yabona igama ndifuna ulibiza lonke cha lilulanga ke ngokumuntu wonke livelanga. But last year bebe qualify beba 6 and this year ba qualify babathathu futhi ngizawucela bake baphakama babonwe because the results zakhe. Ngu Dr. Mbili, Dr. Tolana no Dr. Madikane ngicela baphakame nje babonwe ngabantu. Upho wesithathu bethu na? Yini sesinizama nivelile TV kaloku. Hey, bethuna into awuthwa nale. All right. Where's my program? All right. Asukudanga kakhulu, we are just behind by 2 speakers kwixesha lethu. So aba bantu bazayo mama bendiphanje 1 minute zabo xa bethetha. Asikho far, we are there. All right. So the next speakers will be the present students. Ingathi ngabantu gqobabiza nje Nkosi yami. Dr. Mbili no Dr. Dolan. Bazawubabini ke. Tanase we izani ke sicengeni nehle steps. Nagia. Sure. Ndathi nabo ayabasalana nam. Abasalana nam. Chup. Abasalana nam. Abasalana nam. Ye madoda wacula ngawoyika.
I want to greet everyone. Dishwangathe lindithi all protocol observed. I am grateful to be speaking kule event ka Prof. Many people know me as Ndondweble. For the first time, ndiba anxious kangaka. My colleagues there, they even wanted to organize ashwagandha for me, so that ndibe calm. I will be speaking about my father. I can see people have prepared speech, and I'm like, because I wanted to speak from heart. I've tried the whole week with us, Bali speech, my friends, Bali speech, and I couldn't. That I will speak from heart, Chief. We call him Chief Ketina. We don't call him Tata, we don't call him Prof, we call him Chief. I first met with Chief when I had grade 12, because I had not EMP's HB yet. That was in 2010. Then 2011, oh, by the way, I am Baba Ratanas. I am Baba Ratanas, Intombi Pazia, R61, me and Chief, we sharing the road when we go home. Kalen Fiku Chief, then Afikemfa. And the Kamifai Duke Kwasako. So I first met with Chief in 2011 while I was doing 4th year. Then in 5th year, the Ops and Gyne was my first department from non-clinical. Even in 5th year was the first department. And Chief was one of the consultants or the head HOD then. We had 2 fathers. It was Prof and we had Chief. And Chief was like a mother, if you would say, because he has a softer side. Then Prof Ngapa, he's a father, like he wants things in order. So we would be praying when we are about to have exams, to have everyone in the group would pray for Prof, because when you are in those exams, you don't feel like you are in exam because no. So if it makes you to be able to think, because you don't feel like you are in an exam. Then when we leave medical school, Prof would choose baninqoloba kancinci. Then he said to me, "Are you coming back?" That gave me like, "Ewe, Prof, I'm gonna come back." Then fast forward, we went to internship. Ops and Gynae, where I trained, was the department in order. Now I'm coming from Mbusu, Mtata. Ops and Gynae is a Woolworths department then, even today. So there is an order. There is order in Ops and Gynae Nanini. Now there's no order in the department I'm in as an intern. My love for Ops and Gynae shifted. Then that hand of Pete's, because there, Pete's was like Ops and Gynae. Then I came back in 2014 to Elusikisiki. Then Dr. Mpansi there was like a mini Prof Buka. So he had an order. Then I joined Ops and Gynae again. To fast forward, not to waste time, Chief came 2016 for e-outreach. Then he came first, then Dr. Mpumlwana joined. Then we were so eager to learn, we were abantwana nje bazimisele. Then I think Prof was impressed by us because we were always there on time, sifuna ufunda, eager to learn, doing everything because under Dr. Mpansi's supervision, he trained us well. Then Chief was so impressed by abantwana that they can do everything. Then Chief ya recruiter. Then he started recruiting us to join Nelson Mandela. Back then, St. Elizabeth had extra overtime. We had a lot of money, guys. We couldn't leave money for Nelson Mandela because Nelson Mandela, there is order, there is academic meeting, there is none, there's a push line and a push mali. And Chief was consistent in us to say, September, every time he comes, the Chief will recruit us with Dr. Mpumlwana to come join the department. But I think somewhere, somehow, kulando yam ke yokundweba, nokuthi stand up for herself, dabane encounter with umphathi. Then things shifted now, kwakungasekho mnandi. And I remember that Prof recruited me. I called him to say, I am ready to join Ops and Gynae. And Prof fast forwarded the process. It took us 5 months then, and we were recruited and we were employed in 2017. Now we are coming. Prof ke say yes, Prof ke is a father. Now we would think that he can't at a time. So when we came into the department, everyone was expecting done as in September because God has young into. Like we can do everything. People that are coming from base, they will be trained, but now we come with that pressure of knowing everything. And the Prof like, so that was Prof, and no VKing. I was then we joined the department. Now we are joining department. Prof was there to support us as a father. Prof became a father to me because in the department, I am one apparently of difficult daughters to deal with because I speak my mind. So Prof is one person who can deal with me nice and clean. Prof does not bring energy. No. That melts me. Prof is very good with people. Prof would listen. If Prof comes to you, he does not come with another person's version. He comes to find out what was the problem. And that is what I liked about him because akana macala Prof. He does not choose anyone's side. So now the pharmacy story is that I got there and Abulisa and was a pharmacy and that triggered the little babala from the dirty street of Basia Once you call me like that, you take me back to the streets. So at the time, so apparently I was rude. Prof came to say, farmers. I'm like, aye, Prof. And I narrated the story. And Prof could see that I'm fuming. Like, no, ubala nini. Prof would be able to read the room and read that whatever that happened irritated you or made you angry. Then shift from that. Then come back later when you are calm to say, hayi kodwa, ke uye wahleka nono. And now you will realize that you were wrong. Akazukuhawula. Prof became a father to all of us when we needed physical, emotional, financial support. If uthi Prof abantwana bama banakutya, Prof will be that grandfather akunike imali. If you are bereaved, sihamba no Prof thina enxibe kwakuthiwa i-windbreaker ngexesha lam lase-TPS sinxibe igambutsi kunetha, Prof will be there, would support us. Prof would see us, will discover us when we don't even see the potential in us. Athi, hayi no, uyabona uyabafundisa abantwana qonba, hayi Prof uyanibhanqa. But Prof would always be like that. I remember one day, Prof was a father on that day for me. We had a little bit of encounter with the consultant. And so now, on the day, I was accused of refusing the patient. And then the consultant that was on call that day, she understands me. So Abus Bakwen's again explained. But the thing is parallel you're out of order. Then it ended up being in Dr. Notigida's office. And now I'm being asked, but why did you refuse a patient that is a septic? I'm like, but this patient was not discussed as that. So now I advised, because they are discussing for advising, or you accept or you advised. But it turned out ugly. And on that night, many people were calling, Opsengan can be so frustrating. Many people they take sides of the referring doctors. So, okay, why are we refusing the patient? And up until Dr. Notigida received the call. And Dr. Notigida was on my side this day to say, hi, but we are not taking patients that are in complete miscarriage that needs to be done an evac. Utanase was right when she said they must do the evac. Then Prof now, he's just calling Prof to soften me to say, Jonga, no. Ithathele patient ini ukwenzela basingabe sixoxa. So while I was talking with you, Prof saying that to me, right. So I think that triggered me, because many people were bashing me on that day with with drama. On that day, I was on call. I think it was around 9 o'clock. And the Prof called me, softened me up, and the argument is heated left and right. And I'm okay, the Prof is calling. Jonga, Davenda said, so fellow. And the Kali labor would yamani. Nurses were there, patients were getting drama. Ndakhala. Prof was on the phone, on the line. Then Prof, being a parent that he is, he came, Prof, at that night, because imagine. So I think while I was crying, because my personal phone, and shouter, Gapu Prof, and the phone, and I saw the Kala and there's a lot drama pile, there's a lot drama again, go Prof, where's like. Wafiku Prof with mango, and Prof is famous of 100 rands. Wakupi 100 rand. As Kausin, and I think he was told that I have this drama because I'm hungry. I'm hungry. He is that father. Prof, that would listen to you. When we were preparing for exams last year, me, Aziwe, and Dr. Mbili, the reason why I sang this song, Abazalana Nam, Prof would come every day in the morning and sing this song for us. Abazalana na come ask question about we emgidini Prof. Lengoma noba ithethe ukuthi like ithini lento siculela yona. And when we asked Prof why at ngakaloku nizawujoin elicala lethu. So nizobe nizalana nathi. Now we understood what he was saying ngoma ingoma yomgidi lena. Prof is a discoverer. Prof has discovered all of us. Prof wathi kum mandifunde. Prof said. Prof is that person. Prof is a giver. Prof understands everyone in the department. You would never leave Prof's office crying. Instead, you would leave thinking that whatever that was a problem is sorted and you were the right one. Because Prof would say, urongo, uazi, ube rongo kakhulu. And when uazi comes, Prof uzothi, babes, ube rongo lento yenzileyo. And all of you would leave the room thinking that you were all right. Only to find out, right. But Prof does not want anyone with a heavy heart. I don't think Prof has enemies. Kabanda mano hili. That his enemies is Prof. So Prof is that father. Prof has groomed the department to be the department that it is. You in Ops and Gynae, you're not pushed to come to work because we have a healthy environment. We have a healthy relationship. Everyone in the department, if I would turn, I'm part. So because Prof has allowed us to be us, has allowed us to say, it does not matter no, it's an intern. We are not being led, Prof. We feel to be part of the decision making. Prof would come as young as we are. And he wants you to feel the part, like as the part of the department. That is the father, esinayo. Okay? For us who don't have fathers, Prof, so he is that father. Prof ke sipasile ke siyapasa ka ngeke umfail Prof tu ke sana ngoba kaloku uzabe sithi hayi no ibilula nje la exam qomba hayibo Prof. So we would never fail Prof. And even the people that Prof abashiyayo, he has left people that they are grooming the department because they were groomed by Prof. So nabo ayabasiphetanga kakubi Prof ngesesizoshwabula xa besiphethe kakubi. So he has left us Prof with a good management because they learned from him how to manage people. Because awudingi kuba nhlongonhlongo xa umanage abantu. You all need to allow everyone to feel that presence yabo is valued. Thank you, Tata wethu. Siyabulela. Sibiza specialist namhlanje ngenxa yakho. Thank you.
Ake shine izandla. Siright ngobuthi. Ake shine izandla for specialists. Hawu madoda. Hawu madoda. Hey. Now, out of all this, I think it's so good that we give flowers to their owners, ngoba sekoyo, and when they can smell their flowers. Ayikho into evingalento noba so uthi apho umuntu engagqibi uthi kalo conclude. Andusiphethe akho chance waniphethe ngalomntu. Yo. So at least we're giving flowers to people that can still smell them, and it's very important. Department shem hayi into enicingileyo ingapha kwethu sonke. So history sakho ke is something that you write every day. There are no blank pages in history. So le nto yenza yonke imihla ile uyiphilayo and history sakho sizakwazi ubalisa ngawe nawe sikhe sizakwazi ubalisa ngenye imintwana obunjani siyakwazi uyabona. But I think there was a famous quote by one of the philosophers, Frantz Fanon. Othi, each generation out of relative obscurity must discover its mission to fulfill it or betray it. I do have a feeling that Prof was representing a generation, and a generation that is existing slowly with department. that have serious achievements along their tenure. Ngoku ingathi izawusheka nathi ke ngoku le nto kule generation izawuqala Nkosi yam. Sizawusheka nodanase ke thina lo besuka apha xa seshiyekile. Uphi uDr. Gwam? uDr. Gwam. If you can come forward, ma'am. Ngicela simbukeleni xa iwalker ne sike sithuleni. If you can entertain us, ma'am, man.
Molweni. Kuyathethwa ngoProf and ke mna ke I chose an entirely different direction after medical school. Ndaqomba hayi ezi zawumama mabaze kum xa bene-postpartum depressions and all of that. So ndikwela cala ke mna ke. Uthe uazi xa esicela uba to come be entertainment. Ndaqonda hayi soze ndingavuma ukuza Prof. The song that I'm going to do, I think I was trying to find in my mind ingoma that can be fitting for the kind of person that Prof is. And xa ndisiva yonke le nto ithethwa apha namhlanje, I think this song is more than fitting to be what I do for today. Hey, does that belong? I don't know. Ngathi into zabelungu zithanda uba ingxaki.
Yo, kwenze njani?
Okanye bangayifixi bayifake bangayifixi in the meantime.
To YouTube.
Okay, I must masibesihlungisa into zabelungu and then we'll get back to this.
Thank you very much, Sis Dr. Kwam. One, two. Mandlakazi Nkosi yam. Hayi izovala igap iza. Ize gapini.
Cela babes nyana. Uphinde wekhwela. Molweni. Ndiqutyuliwe. Andizuthi ndibiziwe. Ndiqutyuliwe khange ndicinge ndisajonga ixesha nabantu abaphambi kwam. Ndicela uBabes if uyakwazi andiculele laa ngoma ithi count your blessings. Mna ndikwazi ukucula. Okanye uDJ asiphe noba yile kahle ngocount your blessings. One. Or whoever okwazi ukucula, please ndinesizathu sokuyicela le ngoma but I can't sing. Thank you. Count your blessings, name them one by one. Nkosi sisiphindi. Ndicela ubulisa wonke umuntu okhoyo ngokwezihlalo ndingathathanga xesha elide. Lo ume phambi kwenu nguMandla Mfenguza, the Departmental Secretary for Obstetrics and Gynecology. Ndiqale ukusebenza noProf ngo-2014. On the 7th of July this year, sizabe sine 12 years sihamba sobabini ngolu hlobo. The specialists ebezibalwa apha eziphume ezandleni zakhe behamba nam kanje. Ndinelunda lokutsho uba ndibe ngusecretary wakhe wokuqala, ndangusecretary wakhe wokugqibela. Akekho omnye ozawuphinda alandele emva kwam. Isizathu sinye, ndinothise uba andaba ndizathi yiphobia yokoyikana nale form ingu-Z83. Ubukwayibona ecala kwam, uvela agule. Ndimbone uba uyagula akazazi uba makathini. Andithi apha egxalabeni athi no, uyandishiyana mntanam. Ndithi mna, Prof kaloku andikushiyi ndisakhangela amadlelo alihlaza. Kodwa ke xa welunga kawunyanzeleka ndihambe. Umbone uba ubuso buwile. Athi mntanam, yazi into yoba inzima le nto yokuqala abantwana abatsha. Ndithi kuye, tsepila ndimbona uMrs Makwedini apha. Ndithi kuye indlela enivala ngayo noMrs Makwedini ndingathi ndisafaka i-resignation letter ube sewunomntana apha ningekaphumi napha ngaphandle. Uthi yena, jonga, no, it's not about that. Akusebenzeki nabanye abantwana abaqheleki mntanam. Andiqondi uba ndingabasakwazi ukohlukana nawe. Ndithi ukusuka ngala 2014 ndandingena apha eMandela sashare ioffice noProf nditsho even isikhaftina andiqondi ubukhona umuntu apha okanye usecretary okhoyo nothi mna bendishare nomphathi wami isikhaftina siqhekezelana ukutya sisidla sobabini. Loo nto afike ndiyidla uProf ungena kuyo akabusi. Futhi ke uba ngabe ufike kuqala wafika wavula ibhegi yam watya isikhaftina sawufika ndilindwe i-R100 pha enenote etshoyo uba uzithengele into yotya nono ndisityile isikhaftina sendifikile kodwa ndiye emeeting ndizawubuya. Uyayiqonda? Ukudibana kwam noProf ndicela ubulela, I think uDr Madiba mhlawumbi no-CEO uMrs Makwedini ababesenza umatch and place ngeli xesha sasifika. Bandinceda mna because mna bandidibanisa nomzali wam mhlambi obekade ndilahlekele iminyaka. Andinaye mna utata. Utata wam usweleke ndina 1 year 1987 andimazi. Kodwa ndithe xa ndifika kuProf ndafumana umzali, ndafumana uthando lukatata endingazange ndaba nalo. Kodwa ndiye ndakwazi ulazi uba ukuthandwa ngutata okuzalayo kunjani ngokudibana kwam noProf. Uwenze lula umsebenzi wami uProf because ufika kwam napha bendiqala usebenza, ndiqala ungena efieldini ndiziphumela kwitraining eBhota Sigcawu, ndaqashwa permanent apha eMandela. uProf ebengayenzi into yoba akuyeke uzibonele uba uzawudibanisa ntoni nantoni xa kukho into ezingasebenziyo emsebenzini. Umzekelo, ikhompyutha, i-internet, i-modem, i-hard drive, izinto endinazo mna ezo zathengwa nguProf kweyam idepartment. Even ifowuni, bekuthi xa ngasebenzisa ifowuni funeka sifowunele ii-suppliers, kufuneka sifowunele eBhisho mhlawumbi kunezinto ezileqayo zeCongress zogqirha. uProf would leave ifowuni yakhe apha kum, ayishiye the whole day uba ndikwazi ukukhangela le nto ndifama ndiyayenza, ndiyenze ngendlela erayithi ndingabi na-stress. Ngubani umphathi onokuyenza loo nto? Ebengandenzeli stress, undiphatha kakuhle, undenza into yoba zonke izinto zam mazihambe kakuhle. Ayishiye ifowuni to the point yoba sometimes ebeyilibala. Ufumanisa uba ndizamfowunela mna nge-afternoon, Prof ifowuni uyishiyile and ke ngoku uzayidinga iyafowunelwa. Athi jonga nono, xelela bona bakufowunelayo uba mabandifowunele kule inamba ikum. Sendide ndabe ndiphumile. Sukuyishiya nalapho xa ndithi ndizayishiya apha ekhabathi edroweni ndizayicima ndiyifake apha. Athi no, suyicima, hamba nayo ukwenza into yoba uzuyiphendula ubaxele into yoba ndifumaneka kwenye inamba le bangandincami. ukuhamba noprof endleleni mani yomsebenzi andiyazi uba ndingathini. Uprof usinikeze olunye uthando esingakhange sibe nalo mhlawumbi some of us nakubazali bethu abasizalayo. Ngoba ungulo muntu anguye uthobekileyo, who's always ready to listen. Akanalo ixesha loba uba ngaba wena ufuna ukuthetha into naye, uyeka yonke into ebeyenza amamele kuwe and uthethe lento ufuna uyithetha ngendlela. Uprof I think ndimbone kayi-2 kule 12 years ndisebenze naye ephumile esihlalweni nomsindo and bekhathazwe ngumuntu oyi-1 but yazi izinto ze-department like kayi-2 qha kulapho ndiye ndambona and akazi ukuba umbone ebusweni atshintshe imini yonke njengomntu wonke. Uzawuthetha igama libe linye elibonakalisa uba andiyithandanga le nto, then udlulile. Uba ngaba wena uye wayibamba yeyakho ngoba yena ebezama ulungisa le nto then edlule. Akangomntu wamsindo, ngumntu womoya ophantsi, zonke izinto mazenzeke ngendlela erayithi. Kukho into apha adla ngondihlekisa ke xa ethetha Prof Mrharhe apha uthe uye afowunelane noprof na-late. I'm one of abo bantu aye abafowunele late uprof. Xa efuna ulungisa into uprof ukhona ukufowuna ngoku because uba ngaba akayithethanga ngoku uzayilibala. And kufuneka uba ngaba uyimesishile icall yakho ubuyele kuye immediately because uyayazi into yoba angakufowunela ikhona into emstresayo and andithandi nam uba makabe nestress. Funeka ndireturn icall yakhe immediately ndibona i-missed call akhathase noba ngo-8 noba ngo-9 ngoba ndiyayazi uba kukhona into ebefuna uyiyaleza azawutsho uba yinto ebesizawuyenza ke le ngomso ndicela uzondikhumbuza u-ABCD. Uyaqonda? Athi uba ngaba kuyi-Friday uzawufuna uba ngena on Saturday, uyayazi uba i-contract yam ayitsho but uzawuthi igama lokuqala athi no ninjani, yonke into irayithi ekhaya. Uqonde uba ke ngoku ndizawuqhathwa ke ngoku but it's fine as long ndiqhathwa nguye kulungile. Hayi ke ndiphendule nam yonke into irayithi. Athi no uyayazi uba usisandla sam sasekunene esasekhohloka isandla sisebenzi singekho isandla sasekunene. Uyayiqonda? Athi ke akho kanto mntanam ndikwazi uyenza ngaphandle kwakho. Ndiyakucela mntanam ngomso uvuke uzofika apha emsebenzini sinento esileqayo. Kukhona into ye-litigations ke apha esitsala ngemisila noprof. Uprof akalali zeza reports azibhalayo, akafumani kuphumla. Nge-weekends silapha emsebenzini thina sobabini siyasebenza sibhale ezi reports because zingena left right and center but andimind because ndiyenza naye le nto naye ethobekile ecela ngokuphantsi. Uqonda into yoba ungangalingeni nezulu uba ungavele uthi kuye andizukwazi prof. Usithatha phi isizathu sokutsho kuye uthi andizukwazi? Uyeka yonke into obuzoyenza ndikhatha noba ingabi yintoni obuzawuyenza ngeweekend utsibe uzokuhlangula uprof because uyayazi uba ngakucela usengxakini and ufuna uba le nto akucelela yona mayenzeke. Prof ndicela ujongisa kuwe undijonge. I know awusakwazi nokusijonga namhlanje. Ndiyabulela tatam, ndiyabulela kakhulu. Umbulelo wam usuke emazantsi entliziyo. Uyayazi uba sisuka phi sobabini. Ndiye ndayenza iphisi yokuba mandihlale eMandela ngenxa yakho. Ekhona amathuba, ikhona indlela yoba ndi-aplaye. Bendingayifumani imisebenzi ezaba kwilevel ebhetele kunale ndikuyo but I chose ukunyamezela ngenxa yakho because awundenzeli nzima ubomi emsebenzini. If bekuthiwa ungumphathi othi xa ndisemsebenzini ndigoduke ndilila andiqondi uba ngendiye ndahlala, ndihlaliswe yiloo nto. I'm just a level 5 employee andiva na 12 years ndihleli andi-aplayi because ndiyayazi uba ayizumphatha kakuhle le nto. Ndiyonela indawo endikuyo because ndinento ethi ndizawuhamba ndiye kule ndawo ndifuna uya kuyo mhlawumbi izandinika le mali ndiyifunayo then olu lonwabo ndilufumanayo emsebenzini nale peace ndiyifumanayo ndingabi nayo, ndingonwabi ndigoduke everyday ndikhala because bayakhala abanye abantwana emisebenzini yabo ngabaphathi babo. Mna not a single day ndikhale ngomphathi wam. Ndiyabulela bethuna nenkosi kakhulu. Enkosi.
Loo nto leyo uyafaneleka kwezi podiums. Ndikubona apha eTV. Mhlambi ngokuba sezayo uDr Thini noDr Somlot Acknowledge abantu abambalwa who are online in our virtual platforms. The number one of the province, Premier, is on the virtual platform. Dr. Prof. Zingela, sorry. Prof. Zingela is in the virtual platforms. Dr. Mbambisa as well is in our virtual platforms. Dr. Nqweni, who's a CEO who is coming under wings, is Prof, who's a CEO today, is also watching us in the virtual platforms. Abanye ke sabane sibaqhubeka ngoba siye simane sibabona. I think lixesha lenu former students ka Prof. Bakhona Prof. Bakhona. Oh. Make beze bethuna. Make beze ngaphambili. It's your time to shine.
Thank you, MC. Good afternoon, colleagues, students, friends, and family of Prof. Mdaka. We are here today to honor a kind of a teacher who changes the trajectory of a department and of lives. For many of us in this room, that teacher is Professor Mdaka. I met Prof. Mdaka in 2007 when I started in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynae at Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital. We were amongst the first group of registrars in the department. We had the hunger in our eyes to become specialists, but honestly, we had no idea what the journey would entail. What we have was him amongst our teachers. Prof. Mdaka held our hands like we're his own children. He was a gentle giant, the kind of a teacher who could correct you without ever making you feel small. He taught without intimidating you, literally carried us like precious cargo until we were strong enough to stand on our own. We were a group of 5 when we started. He would call us the Big 5. Omabashi, Omtinido, Omtunu, Ogonya. And true to the name, he made us fearless. He inspired us to learn how to perform major surgeries, not by pushing us into the deep end and walking away, but by being the teacher in control. When his hand was on yours in theater, you knew no harm would come to the patient and no harm would come to your confidence. We were fearless because he was always there, guiding us gently, making sure every step was safe. That is the mark of a true teacher. He let us perform procedures even when we were still unsure, but he never let us be alone in that uncertainty. He stood right there, watching, correcting, protecting us and the patient. That is how trust is built. That is how specialists are made. Professor Mdaka had a way of making you feel seen. His beautiful smile, Budmana. The nicknames that he gave each of us in the department, Vikitolo. You know, the small jokes in the middle of a long theater list, that's what carried us during those times. He made us feel wanted and appreciated in a department where it would have been easy to feel invisible. His care extended beyond the hospital walls. My first Congress, not Dr. Tini, as registrars, it was our first SASOG Congress that was in Sun City. It was paid for by Professor Mdaka. Obudmana paid for the flights. When we got to Johannesburg, he hired a car. We drove to Sun City, having paid nothing. And in Sun City, he looked after us. He held us by hands. Not because he had to, but because he knew that becoming a specialist is about more than theater skills. It's about exposure, it's about seeing what is possible, about believing you belong in those rooms too. Prof. Mana, your teachings made me who I am personally as a gynecologist. Not only the surgical skill, but the humility when treating a patient. The respect, the insistence on treating every person with dignity. No matter their background, no matter how tired you were at 3 o'clock in the morning. I may be in private practice now and not teaching registrars daily, but your values follow me into every consulting room. When a patient sits across from me, anxious and unsure, I hear you telling me to slow down and listen first. When a junior doctor calls me for advice, I hear you telling me to make them feel safe enough to ask that question. I stand here today proud to be called your product, Professor Mana. Everywhere I go, I carry the values I learned from you. I'm not in an academic department anymore, but I still have a duty to teach. Sometimes it's a young colleague who needs guidance. Sometimes it's a patient who needs to understand their body without shame. Sometimes it's simply just modeling the kind of doctor you taught us to be, the one who treats people with dignity when no one else is watching. That is why we are here today. Not just to look back, but to recognize what Professor Mdaka set in motion. The big five, Professor Mana, they're all now specialists. Our patients are safer, our juniors are bolder. And it all traces back to one man who refused to let us learn alone. My hope going forward is to pass on what you gave us, to be for the next generation what you were for us, the teacher in control, the gentle giant, the one who makes you feel safe enough to be brave. Professor Mdaka, thank you. Thank you for seeing potential in a group of 5 registrars who had more hunger than experience. Thank you for carrying us, for believing in us, for making us feel seen. I carry every single teaching you gave me with great respect and grace, and I know I am not alone in that. There are many of us who can stand here and say the same. Prof, you are the best teacher I have ever had. And today, we honor that by carrying your legacy forward. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Ukhona umuntu ozofumana ihug mahala ke ngokuyena ngoba khangathethe. Hey bethuna. Ezinye izinto. Hey. Mhlambe just to introduce once again, Dr. Khamlashe is on our virtual platform. Then CEO of Mtata Regional Hospital is also amongst us. If you could just wave, say, so they see. Ah, you are not waving for me. Right, all right. Now we are moving along to Matron Machoba, who was working very close. Oh, are you ready, guys, with your team? Okay, ma'am. Mabek baphamsa wena zunelakhe ichikile lanto bezophakanyiswa nguwe. Into ziyabawela abantu Thixo. Izani ke ma'am. Zase zajika izinto fast. Bone sowuphakanyiswa kwiprogram ngokungalindelana nolindela Nkosi yami. Hey. Kodwa khona.
footprints on the sands of time. No, there was something that meant something that I left behind. When I leave this world, I leave no regrets. Leave something to remember so they won't forget I was here. I lived, I loved, I was here. I did, I've done everything that I wanted, and it was more than I thought it would be. I will leave my mark so everyone will know I was here. I wanna say I lived each day until I died, and know that I meant something in somebody's life. The hearts I have touched will be the proof that I lived, that I made a difference, and this world will see I was here. I lived, I loved, I was here. I did, I've done everything that I wanted, and it was more than I thought it would be. I will leave my mark so everyone will know I was here. I lived, I loved, I was here. I did, I've done everything that I wanted, and it was more than I thought it would be. I will leave my mark so everyone would know I was here. I just want them to know that I did my best, gave my all, brought someone some happiness, left this world a little better just because I was here. I was here. I lived, I loved, I was here. I did, I've done everything that I wanted. It was more than I thought it would be. I will leave my mark so everyone would know I was here. I lived, I loved, I was here. I did, I've done everything that I wanted. It was more than I thought it would be. I will leave my mark so everyone would know I was here. Thank you.
Yo! Ah, we gescheiden was an. August. Yo!
Ladies and gentlemen, I won't mention anybody one by one because I will make a mistake. I would say protocol observed. Yo, I don't know where to start. I met Dr. Mdaka by the time I was still a lecturer at Lilita College of Nursing. And then as Danas has said, Dr. Mdaka has got a sharp eye to identify your potential. Then Dr. Mdaka approached me saying, sister, you don't want to go to work in Mandela? I've said, yes, I want to go to work in Mandela, but I've applied, nobody
has selected me. He said, no, ma'am, I need you in my department. I've seen you the way that we have done things in the Lita College of Nursing. That's why I'm here, is because of Dr. Mdaka. But Dr. Mdaka, I'm cross with you because by the time I occupy the post, I want to find the post is the same, the money. Because we're here for the money. We're here for the money, Dr. Mdaka. As a result, I fought with Mrs. Macholo. I said, Mrs. Macholo, you have helped Dr. Mdaka, but why? Because the money is exactly the same. Whereas your post has got so more stress than as compared to be a lecturer in lecture department. But anyway, I was supposed to be here. You know what, Dr. Mdaka, wherever he is, wants me to be there. Immediately I arrived in Mandela, I said, Mama Choba, we're going to be the assessors of the Eastern Cape. And I've said, what is that? And then she explained, then I became an assessor of Eastern Cape. Again, Mama Choba, now we need to be the advisors of our lawyers. So you are going to join the medical team with our governor. Then I'm the member, the ones that are advising our lawyers when we're being litigated. And whenever she goes to outreach, let's say Mhlagolo doesn't do well, said, Mama Choba, can you please accompany me when I'm going to Mhlagolo? So wherever he is, I'm there. Dr. Mdaka, thank you for recognizing my skill, because that, it actually gives you strength and motivation that I'm being recognized. Then you're going to do more. Thanks a lot. You know, if you have never worked with Dr. Mdaka, you won't know a person like Dr. Mdaka, a very humble person. If we have never get the opportunity to work with him, the one that he cares about the patient, doesn't need to raise her voice or his voice when she talks to you, because she knows immediately raise the voice, something will go wrong. Upstairs, it needs somebody that is like Dr. Mdaka. You know what? Immediately raise a voice to a pregnant woman, the contractions will be disordered. I'm telling you, the contractions will be disordered. There will be no synchronization between the two poles. When this one contracts, the lower one is supposed to relax. But immediately you shout to that patient, this one is going to contract and the lower one is going to contract. So that woman won't progress. So if we didn't learn the attitudes and the attributes of Dr. Mdaka, we didn't learn anything. Dr. Mdaka, I don't know what to say, because really you knew that medicine is interpersonally. Medicine is about using yourself therapeutically to heal that patient. The voice of Dr. Mdaka is always low. Nibavila bantwana apha bethetha will say no. Really, even to the patient will say no. And then the patient will know that here I'm being respected. Nobody is depersonalizing me. I'm being respected. Then the patient is going to progress well, because he knows that Dr. Mdaka, the way, as a result, I'm a patient because of the attitude. I'm so depressed that the nurses are not here, because Dr. Mdaka, he knows that in medicine, it's not about treating, it's about preventing first. He treats the patient psychologically, socially, and therapeutically. In nurses, wherever they are, if by bereavement, Dr. Mdaka, you won't say that is a professor. He's always there with us. Wherever we go, Dr. Mdaka is there. And I thank God, because he has passed his attributes to Dr. Mbongozi. And Dr. Mbongozi, by the time we're having the gala, the way his speech, the way he motivated us. Sonke saphuma sikomba yo simfumene ke ngobunyani ubani uDr. Mdaka. Dr. Mdaka, thank you. Mbongozi, uyithathele your pattern is like you. Dr. Mbongozi, keep it up. Keep it up. Dr. Mdaka is a leader. He is a leader, he's not a boss. If you are a boss, because if you are a leader, you are a servant. He was a servant. He is having a good, effective communication. When he goes for leave, he's going to knock to my office and said, "Ma'am, I've come to report that I'm going on leave." Dr. Mgombongo is doing the same. If akakhanga kufonela okanye khange eze office, he will remember when she's in Ngobo, he will phone you, "Mama Choba, I've forgotten to tell you that I'm starting leave." Recognize that I cannot explain. That boosts your morale so that I don't want to disappoint Dr. Mdaka. I must do more. You are doing more just because you don't want to disappoint Dr. Mdaka. Dr. Mdaka, the attributes that you take out persona, I don't know. Really, as a result, Dr. Mbongoza, I doubt by ebe offendega. Even by the time say she post, I was consulting Dr. Mdaka, knowing very well that HOD am Mbongos, but I'll say, Dr. Mdaka, Mamelage is not going to disappoint me. He's going to answer me. Then after that, he said, "Ma'am, can you also please consult Dr. Mbongozi because I doesn't want me to be offended." That is the type of a doctor that we're having. Dr. Mdaka, and if we are having a money problem, I betune. As a result, because no. Now you are being abusing Dr. Mdaka. Please don't abuse Dr. Mdaka just because of his nature. Dr. Mdaka was not a father to us only, was also our mother. Because he has got all the attributes of being a mother, as much as being a man, but it was our mother. Dr. Mdaka, I don't know what to say about you. May God richly bless you. May God be with you. May God, wherever you go, level your mountains so that everything that happens to you is like that. And even if when a small achievement, good Dr. Mdaka, that achievement will be big. So if it's like that, definitely we are going to try to strive for excellence just to please with Dr. Mdaka, because he has shown you that, Mama Choba, thank you. You see, now that the mortality has changed just because you are here. Then I've said, Dr. Mdaka, I need one of your consultants now so that you can do audit for low birth weight, because we're doing audit only for maternal mortality rate. I've said, you can do it. No, remember, this is academic. I'm a nurse. I cannot do any audit without a doctor. Then when nigga ikashazana, I will look to Dr. Maheklin, wow, that's a doctor. Dr. Mdaka was self-aware, was having self-awareness. He knows it very well, that is so sweet. He knows it very well, that is so kind. Then if there is something that needs somebody that is harsh, will approach Dr. Maheklin. He knows it very well. Even Ireland doctor is self-awareness. Will approach Dr. Maheklin. Then if it is about the nurses, we are as bagelundi mo situational. Autocratic. So we are as balenindo. For instance, sometimes even the doctors, especially the interns, they were abusing his kindness. Then was out, oh no. For instance, intern something didn't pitch up, was not there. Then Dr. Kubu said, intern, you are not going to go home because you are not here. Then the intern decided to go to Dr. Mdaka. Then Dr. Mdaka said, okay, no, I'm going to talk to Dr. Kubu. Go home. Then Dr. Kubu came to me and said, no, Mama Chop. Then I called Dr. Mdaka. Dr. Mdaka, I love you so much, you know that, but not at the expense of the patient. Please bring back that intern. That is not going to happen. No, ma'am, no. There is no about it. Please bring, okay, tomorrow. No, now. Then he called the patient, he called the intern to come and work. Is that type of a person. If you are not aware about yourself, you are not going to lead. Because everybody has got weaknesses, has got strengths. So you need to use his strengths correctly, the kindness, because if you are not a manager that is kind, how are you going to lead? You no literature in our days, not in these days. Not in these days. Abantwana bethu are so assertive, as much by they don't be assertiveness and aggressiveness in 21. They are so much assertive. They need somebody that is very kind, like Dr. Mdaka. So, Dr. Mdaka, thank you very much. I don't have, as a result, I didn't prepare speech because I didn't know what to say about you. Because ungumnina wakulo Yesu. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, all right. Nina wakulo Yesu. Sabawe. I think the next speaker will be coming from the West, Prof Mabenge. I think Tasha Delaki. All right, okay. Okay, masenze kanje ke kuthiwa usathe pheselele uyeza. Kodwa I think before kuzawuza ke move along ke sawuqhubeka sawusibamba sesiphambili yena. We are going to go to ipila choir seyuso. Ite afika bethuna. Welele. Akho umuntu apha onokwenzelwa iplan yechoir apha. Hayi, not isolo, ikhona mehluko. Mhlawumbe noba bayi-2 or 3 quartet. It's fine ke. It's fine. Uthiwa ngidanaza. All right. I think we are advised then. I think now the next person will be guest speaker, but sifuna nje umgeba akazobulisa bethuna kuthiwa makazobulisa inkosi yethu just to come and greet abantu bakhe. Over to you, sir.
Molweni. Andigqibanga. Ngoku ke abantu bebexelelwa bazawuthetha apha bathi abayazi into mabayithethe kuba abayibhalanga noyibhala. Ngoku ke mna ke ndixelelwa apha into endiqhela uthetha kuzo zizifihlo phaa emagebeni nemitshato nemigidi. Into zithethayo phaa zistandard zizolilisana nani. Ilahleko yenu yeyakomkhulu. Siyabulela ngoba usandisele isizwe ngokuthi uzeke uzoba nabantwana. Abanye bayafa ngapha, abanye bayazalwa ngapha. So ilula ke loo nto leyo. Ngoku ke xa ndilapha emakhumsheni ndiyaxakwa, kodwa ke singamagebe ongobe ongaleka omdudumo oduduma njengezulu othina ligobe njengendlovukazi omkhasela kanotshinga. Xa kuthethwa kakuhle kangaka ngomnye wethu sinento engapha kwebhongo, sinebango sithi khawukhangele nantsi into yakuthi nathi sizive sinjengaye. Phofu ke Gebe ubunophinda uthini, wenze njani ngaphandle kohlobo wenze ngalo. Kwalo amagebe amanye azalwa babe zinkokheli, amanye abohlutha ubukhokeli. Xa ebona into okokubana kukhona igephu evelileyo apha kanye bayakhe loo gephu, uba ngaba bakamkeleki umntu endaweni abesuke kuyo asikazikhangelele yakhe indawo. azenzelela kityotyombe. Wena ke ulandele kwelo khondo ke lobana wenza into elindelekileyo emagebeni uba unike isikhokelo. Siyabulela kakhulu ke ngokusinika iwonga elingaka. Now okugqibela ke kukho abantu abaretirishayo apha endaweni bebesebenza kuzo bakhazimle pha babelulutho. Kufika ixesha xa uretirisha iyagoduka mos, awuphinde uhlale kulaa ndawo ubusebenza kuyo. Lithuba laba bantu bakuni into yobana baxhamle kumava nolwazi lwakho. Kamadoda endimane ukuthi kuwo kule crime ingaka ingasaphelanga ezilalini, idize nasezilalini xa bengaphelanga edolophini apho ungekho mthetho khona, because wonke umuntu inkosi phaa. Nisebenzise esi skill senu ke niqeqeshelwe sona sokuba ngabakhuseli besizwe. Ke nidilishana nala maphara apha, niqeqeshe olu lutsha into yokubana lukwazi ukukhusela isizwe. Bona banendawo engalawuleki ke abakayifumani, abakayiboni indlela yoyenza loo nto leyo, kodwa ndizubayeka. Not uqeqeshelwe uba mawusebenzise isibhamu apha sibe sibethwa ngamasela ngezibhamu. Funeka uba uqeqeshe thina singamoshiyo kwenzela uba sikwazi udilishana naloo masela nezidlwengu. Ngoko emgebe ke ndiyeva ukuba kuthethwa ngawo in the past, bonakala uba awusekho kule ndawo. So uyawulunga ke mgebe ube khona apha engqungqu, ungapheleli kwezi ndawo usanideploya kuzo. Singamagebe nje bananisuka emqanduli nawutsho ngapha eNgcobo. Ngcobo niyayibona nani iphakamile, yaphakama okokoko ngenxa yoba kukho amagebe apha. Kufuneka ubuye ke uzoncedisana nathi sikhulise ke sasizwe sakokwenu ngala mava unawo. Ukugqibela ndiyahleka apha kuthethwa ngale nto yokuphisa kwakhe ngemali. Bendiyicinga le nto ngeli xesha kungekathethwa nangayo uba lo mfo indlela anobulali ngayo nobubele ngayo uyingxaki. Ngexesha ndiqonda uba ndidinga imali apha kwinto eza kwenzeka mhlawumbi phaa kuthi. Lo mfo wavela gibisele njengesixa apha kwiakhawunti yam. Ngeli xesha akho nto ndizawuyenza, akho nto ndinayo, ndibomba ngamagebe lathetha naye ngoba avela ayifake nje umgebe athule. Omnye umuntu uyawukhawuleza abuze uyifumene, ulindele ukuthi enkosi hayi uthule laa mfo asikabe nentloni ngoba ndibulela. Hayi mgebe ibingento engenamsebenzi. Ngasi kuhlala unjalo ke abantu abafundisileyo wabaqeqesha nje babesitsho bezibophelela. Ngasi ke nabo basuleleke le personality yakho. Nasezicaweni ke siyaphatha. Andithi mgebe? Basezikhundleni eziphezulu. Kwandawo nje esikhoyo enabantu ngathi abantu bafuna ulawula. Enkosi kakhulu.
All right. I think now we're going to go to guest speaker yethu, ne? Oza introduce ke lo muntu athathe over ku Prof. Lo kuthiwa ke mana kwecala imali azazama into wanafane no Prof. Over to you Mr. Mungos. Kuthiwa makamfuze ke into yonke.
Where's the mic? Oh, okay. Yeah, good afternoon. The pressure is on. I wish you can just clap hands. For me. that I'm not going to take very long. My job is very simple. It is to introduce the guest speaker. He is a friend of the department. It is because he is a friend of Prof. Mdaka. So he has been with us for some time in the department. Every time we ask of a favor, he always take heed and accept the favor. They know each other back then, I'm told, when Sifaro Mahatu was Medunza. Now it is called Sifaro. He is the head of department in obstetrics and gynecology in Sifaro Mahatu University. And he's also the head of department in a hospital called George Mukare. As you have already clapped hands for me, I won't take long. Let us please rise and welcome Prof. Mashamba.
I'll still say good morning because it's before 12. But I heard one of the speakers saying good afternoon. So I presume that the speaker had woken up much, much earlier. I'm Chiro Mashamba. As introduced by Dr. Mbongose, I'm the head of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. And I feel honored to be chosen by Prof. Mdaka to come and give this lecture. As I was sitting there, I say, I hope all the previous speakers are not going to talk about what I'm going to talk about. Because then it might not be that interesting. Now, my approach, I'm going to talk about what the theme is. Lift as you rise. And then concentrate on the person who made us meet here, who is Prof. Mdaka, on how he evolved to the stage that he is at the moment. You might not know some of the things that he was involved with, but I'm also going to talk about his political career, which no one has spoken about, which I was happy that at least there's something I'm going to talk about. Yes, now before I start with my talk, I need to thank, and also, which is not my responsibility, but to thank the politicians that are here, the traditional healers, traditional chiefs, academics, and this is because of where he came from. And all those who supported him. And I will also break it down to the point where those who he supported. There are some of the things that have already been mentioned, but there are some that have not been mentioned. Next slide. Prof. Mdaka is the former head of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. At the moment, he's an associate dean of the Eastern Deanery of Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences. Now, where he started, maybe just to highlight, Prof. Mdaka was my registrar. At the time when he was specializing, he was under me. But he has gone beyond what I have done, because his motive was those who come after him must do better than what he did. Because when you build a foundation, you make sure that the wall should stand. This is what he was doing. We will go on as we go. Next one. I hope you know him. I just thought I needed to indicate who we are talking about. Do you see him there? Yes, that's Prof. Mdaka. Now I get to the point that brought us here. Lift as you rise. We haven't described or defined what it really meant. People spoke about it, but they are not saying that they are talking about what it really means. As you grow, don't grow alone. You need to lift others. There will be those who will lag behind. You need to identify them and drag them along. You elevate yourself as if you are planting seeds in the garden in order for you to eat next time. So when you reap what you have sowed, then you know that you are going to get even better yourself. You help others to grow, and when they blossom, your heart becomes happy. To say, oh, at least I've done something. Do not keep something for yourself. I just said, when you are still young, you crawl, or you can't even sit. And then you sit down, then you start crawling, and you start walking. It's not that Prof. Mdaka did not go through that. He went through that, but it's the intention of succeeding that makes you even much better. Sometimes you might be falling. You need somebody to hold you and say, please come up. I will assist you as you grow. And this is what we are talking about, that Prof. Mdaka is the one person who picked up many people to be where they are as we speak. Now, one thing that I also realized that you never spoke about, you don't know what his names are, or if you know, you did not tell me, or you assumed that everyone knows. Now, the concept of lift as you rise, it embodies the idea that when we climb towards success, we should not forget to uplift those who are around us. That's the most important thing. Now, I just want to indicate what his first name is. I thought he was Mana Lungisa Mdaka, but then I heard someone say Lungisa Mana Mdaka, so I don't know which one is the first one. But Mana, what it means is that it's being impersonal. Supernatural force. It means you do things that not everyone can do. But you need to empower people so that they can do what you were able to do. It's an it's a spiritual electricity. You don't see, as people were talking here, you could hear this spiritual electricity that he was impacting on people. That's what his name really means. He has accommodated people. That's why he inhabits people. Everything, not only people, but anything that is around him. We have heard that he was conveying authority, but not in a harsh manner, except when the matron forced him to be harsh to the intern. That is not his personality. he was exercising power in a good manner, not authoritative. Now, Lungisa, at least this one I knew all along, even when I'm not a close-up person. Lungisa, I know, even in Venda, it's Lugisa, so it's the same, all right? So it means you need to fix something, and for you to fix something, you must identify where it's wrong. You cannot fix something that is working. You need to fix what is not working, but you can improve what is working. So when you identify a potential, you need to make sure that you encourage that potential to blossom, which is what I've had up to so far in all those who spoke before me. Then it means you have to set things right. If something is not right, you set it right. He has identified that there was a problem with maternal death, then he had to set things right. You cannot always 100% correct things. But when you look at the outcome of an effort to fix, it's what we need. We need an effort to fix so that some of the things are addressed. You need to be able to arrange. And when I come to political, you will hear what underground things he was doing. I am not going to go further. Now, I don't think I need to repeat this, but when you are supernatural, you don't attend only to family challenges. You attend to village challenges. You attend to educational challenges. You also address the issues of politics, national, everything that you look at, you say, no, look, this is what I need these are the challenges that I need to attend to. It also refers to the point that you need to support and empower. We need to acknowledge that there are people that you are trying to support and they are resisting. Then you need to devise a means of how to overcome their resistance before you assist them. And this is what Prof. Mdaka had. You know, he would be able to identify those weak people and say, how do I overcome it? The previous speakers have also indicated that you can go there, you can go to him being furious, he will calm you down. He will start with another topic that he seems you like it so much, you calm down, and after that, then he comes to the point that he needs to address. But what is important is to encourage people in pursuing their own goals. So if you do not sit down with people and say, what is your goal? Where do you go to? If you are saying, I want to leave, you must ask a person, where are you going to? So that you can advise which is the safer route to get to where you are going. And you need to bear in mind that success is not just a personal achievement. I think I need to emphasize this. I have indicated that he has empowered people to be better than what he is. I'm talking about academic, right? I'm just talking about academic. He has empowered people to be better than what he is academically. So that to him, that's an achievement. It's a personal achievement. And it makes him sleep better. You know, this is important. And then after that, he creates a supportive environment so that the community now also improves in their lifestyle. He required a collective growth, not only of him. You need to know that even himself, he was also growing. As I indicated that as you grow, you need to lift others. I'm not going to go through this, but just one thing that he told me was the second last born. And you know that when you are the second last born, you are expecting your elder siblings to be the ones leading. But he didn't do that. He said, I want also to be part of the leadership. It was already highlighted where he attended school and all this, but he also liked to entertain people in sport with his skills. And he was a favorite player, but he had to be cognizant of his own limitation. And once you are aware of your own limitation, you do things that you think you will be better on, isn't it? He tried to play boxing.
Oh, he tried.
Yeah, he tried to be in boxing. You know how famous boxing is in the Eastern Cape. He also liked to play rugby. And when it comes to swimming, he had to go to shallow rivers only because he knew that he can't swim. So even when you go and stand, as long as water is flowing, you say, I'm swimming, isn't it? But you are not actually swimming. But look at his stature. If he was a boxer, he would have been a mini flyweight. Right. Now, being Prof. Mdaka, with his sober mind, he wanted to pursue the field that he thought he would be better. They have indicated, previous speakers, that he registered for the BSc in 1976. I think most of those who are now in the academic field were not born yet. But at that time, he even finished his BSc in 1978. But one thing that I forgot to mention, the way he was so brilliant. When he was doing standard 3, they realized he passed so well. They say, now you are wasting your time here in standard 4. Go to standard 5. So he did not follow the path that most of us followed. He jumped some path. And rushing, in fact, he was envisaged that he should be able to lead other people. It was going to waste his time if he had done standard 4 at that time. He was, you don't know that he was one of those who were arrested. In 1978, and he stayed in custody for some time, not for a long time. Now, if you look at him now, do you think he could have been that type of a politician who would end up being arrested? But his political career did not end there. It's because he was working underground. He was sending people to talk when he has prepared everything. And he was able to pick up people who can represent his own ideology. And that is why even now, when he identifies your potential, he supports you. That's what is important. At that time, he knew he would not get what he wanted. So he was fighting at that time for a better tomorrow, which is now. And the fight hasn't ended. I think we need to continue to make sure that things get better and better as time goes on. We would say that we are free in South Africa. You know we are not that free. You know we are not that free. I'm not being political, but you know we are not that free. All right? the few might be free, but majority are not. But the issue is to make sure that South Africa, all of the people in the country are freed. Now I need to go back to the details of politics. He contributed to the liberation of students and the nation as a whole. I am going to come to all those things. He was doing this himself for the generations to come, including this audience. You were the future generation at the time. Yes. We didn't know that you will be here. Right? He only did not think that he will reap what he was plowing. Right? There are some things that he's still happy with for now. He hasn't completed everything. And that is why life is a continuum. You will never stop until the end. Right. They have highlighted where he worked, but of note is that he also worked as a laboratory technician before he started medicine. And at that time, just like when I was a medical officer, you know, the hospitals were run by either the missionaries or it was run by the whites. When you are an African, you were never given a role to lead. You would have to be led, even by people who do not know their job. Remembering that when I was a medical officer where I was in Venda, they sent an intern as if it's my senior, a white intern, to come and show me how to do things, only to find that if I say, can you please give anesthesia? Says, no, give anesthesia. When I've given anesthesia, says, no, you can come and operate, you know, because during that time, when you are an anesthetist, you will have one who is a surgeon. You were assisted by nurses at that time. We're not having assistant doctors or students at the moment. So this registrar, a white registrar would say, we have a cesarean section, all right. I will be a surgeon, can you be an anesthetist? You anesthetize, after anesthetizing a patient, then the same person says, no, now I'll do anesthesia. Can you go and operate? Hiding the inefficiency or inability to do things. Now, Prof. Mdaka was put as an assistant laboratory technician, while he was able to be a technician, not an assistant. But those were the times that had gone by. He had interest to become a medical doctor. But then he went to enroll for medicine, and this is where now his life in the medical field started. In the past, we were very lucky. If you have done a degree and the same subjects that you are enrolling for in the first year medicine, provided you passed well, you were granted and you can start in the second year, which is exactly what happened with Prof. Mdaka. So he did not start medicine in first year. His life as a medical student was shortened by a year. And at that time is when it was called a Medical University of Southern Africa. And maybe just to highlight that the university opened in 1976. So he was the 5th group of medical students in that university. And it was not easy. So at the time, he became a member of a student organization, Azanian Student Organization. Right. He even became a chairperson of that organization, making sure that he planned activities within the university, having influence to the constitution of the university itself, to the point that he had so much influence in the university decisions and the way the university affairs should be run. Now, he had colleagues during his time. Those I don't know whether he decided, no, you will be a speaker or not. He worked very closely with Dr. Confidence Muloko, who we used to call Confi, who looked like him. And when police came looking for Confi, they will arrest the Dr. Mdaka. At that time, Prof. Mdaka was held up just because he looked like Confidence. But whether he chose Confidence to be a speaker because he looks like him, I don't know. And he also worked with the late Dr. Sfularo, who was the MEC in the Northwest. Now, there was a man called Hoops. I don't think he knew that I knew this. Because at the time when he was just leaving, Hoops was the one who was behind him. So I found Hoops there, who used to talk about how effective was Prof. Mdaka in planning for to make sure that things run smoothly. Now, as I had indicated, he was never seen in public addressing people. But in a meeting, he was chairing the meeting, sending people, you must go and make sure this is carried out, which is what is important on his underground job. And he did it so well. Like you know, even in the political organizations, there are those people who are underground, and then you have got speakers. And the most popular people is the speakers and not those who are doing underground. Right. Now, it was very clear that because of not being vocal in the public, but being so influential in the organizational structure of the Azaso, he was an important person that he was attending to. Now, I just took a picture. He was somewhere there. But he was not in front, right? He was just saying, oh, no, you must go and make sure that you do all these things. And as you know, in the past, whenever there was, even now it happens, but not so much, whenever there is a march, there should be police presence. There was a time where we even went under the bridges when they were spraying the tear gas, and they thought we have run away, but we were not away, we were underneath, inside the bridges. Now, with his medical profession, I think this was highlighted, but I just need to highlight some few things. When he left Livingston Hospital in 1988, sorry, it's 1988, he joined Dr. Mbambisa, who was a gynecologist. Mind you, he was a general practitioner working with a specialist, assisting Dr. Mbambisa with surgical procedure. So he would go to theater and learn all this, which is what brought his interest in obstetrics and gynecology. To say, oh, but I can do this. Why can't I do it? If I'm able to do it before I have a specialty, why I need to have papers? Now, he also had a friend, Dr. Sidwen Sifumba, who also encouraged him, no, man, you are doing well. Why are you not continuing in making sure that you study as a specialist in obstetrics and gynecology? Then he came to what we call Dr. George Mukari now, but it was Harankua Hospital, Medunsa at the time. And then he found me, I was in my fourth year just to finish a specialty. But he was so kind. You know, we have got people who seem to know, who know what they are doing, but they never show it. And we have got people who know what they are doing, and they show it before you even tell them anything. Prof. Mdaka was not that type. He was just a person who will show me how you want things to be done as a registrar. And it was really nice working with him. Now, there are people that he had indicated that he lifted. As a lecturer, he has been a pillar as a mentor. He was not giving you responsibility, he was taking you along. He had humanity, he still has. Because I heard the chief indicating that we mustn't talk like he passed away. He still has humanity. And he had academic excellence. Now, his impact extended beyond the generation of students, registrars, junior consultants, and all other healthcare workers. You have heard the administrator had indicated how good Prof. Mdaka was. The matron has indicated how good Prof. Mdaka was, to show that it was not only for medical profession, it was for everyone who was around him. He had three things that were really distinguished on him. Patience. You know patience? It's when, even when something is irritating you, you try to say, how do I understand it better? In order to assist a person. We have heard previous speakers, they have indicated that he was a fair person. The only thing that I did not know is that you might find that all of you are wrong or all of you are right, which is what I heard today. When in his fairness, he will say, no, look, I don't think you have done right. And when you come, you are yourself, he says, no, I think you have done right. Now you must go and think yourself to say, but have I really done right? Because in the end, you will end up saying, I also had an opinion that maybe this would have been a better option. He was genuine. He is widely respected. I interviewed the interns that are from here, where I'm working at Dr. George Mukari. They had indicated that he's an admired lecturer. He is an admired mentor. He makes difficult concepts understandable. So even when you think things are difficult, he will make sure that you understand and how to overcome those obstacles. He never judged an academic background. To say you are from this school, you are likely not to progress. He never did that. He picked up those who seemed to be struggling and pulled them through, with instilling confidence to the students. And this is what I heard from the interns who are from here. And I need to indicate that he did not want to intimidate anyone. And that is very important, because he ensured that the subject matter that is being addressed is well understood. And they had also indicated that they could easily grab whatever they thought was difficult. Now, he is calm. This is what we had even from the postgraduate that have just all passed last year, and approachable. a leader should be approachable. And Prof. Mdaka is approachable. And this should be a lesson for those who are taking over to make sure that they maintain being approachable. Don't ever be big-headed, thinking that you know everything. In this era, there's nothing that you can say you know everything. That's why now there is this artificial intelligence that wants now to take our responsibility. And we should not allow it to that extent. It can assist us, but it should not take over. You know, when you are asked a question, people go to the AI and they say, this is the answer. You say, what is the reference? You go to the reference, you read, the reference does not say what the AI had said. Right? So you need to verify. It needs to support you. It's not the thing for now. You need to maintain composure and treat everyone with dignity. Everyone with dignity. And he created a safe learning environment, making the students comfortable. And here I'm referring to the postgraduate. I need to also emphasize the issue that Prof. Mdaka is highly respected throughout all the spheres, from the community, academic. I've just heard what he was supposed to do that he has been doing, that when he identified the problem, he would go where the problem is, assess what are the problems, and plan measures to improve the situation. They said that he never encouraged students to panic. You know, when you start panicking, we have heard the students had indicated here that be calm, calm down. We are not here to fail you. And this is one thing that I also learned from Prof. Mdaka, that when the student is anxious, I say, no, don't worry. I just want to know how much you know. Because if you say, I want to know how much you don't know, then you say you are failing, isn't it? Right? You say, no, I just want to know how much you know. When we were doing first year, some of us who started in first year, there was a lecturer who said, I can assure you, this is the first lecture, you are told that, I can assure you that 50% of you are going to fail. Now, you know that type of approach. Now you say, am I falling on the 50% or not? Then he said, all right, I can see that you don't like this type of saying. All right, 50% of you are going to pass. And students say, oh yeah, that's good. Not knowing that it means the same thing. That if 50% are going to fail, 50% are going to pass, isn't it? He never belittled anyone. He guided students towards attempting what they think they don't know. Postgraduate, we have heard that he was acting as a father figure. He had deep personal interest in the well-being. Now, what it means, I think with the examples that have been given here, which I also heard that if a registrar says, no, my car is stuck, I can't come to work, you will drive from here and go and fetch the registrar and say you must work. The same applied with what we had now, that when registrars were unable to attend a conference, he assisted them to make sure that they attend the conference. That is to care about the person behind the trainee. Those newly say, no, don't worry, don't be overwhelmed with the situation when you come into the department. Don't. And he said, I will deal with the difficulties. Be open to me. That's what he was saying. Be open. they should be open to him so that he can overcome the difficulties. Sometimes people, even when they are assisted, they drown. But he will resuscitate you. When you think there is no future in your life, Prof. Mdaka is one of the people who will make sure that you come back to your own sense and live. This is an important person. And as I had indicated also, that you need to know, next slide, that when you, next slide, next one. When you mentor, you must first identify the goal of that person. You say, what do you want to do? How far do you want to succeed? Which direction do you want to take in order to reach your goal? And then you support, you train, you motivate, you advise, and make sure that a person achieves what they want as their goal. Now, I also had to look at how the members of the department feel. It was also emphasized that Prof. Mdaka created a family within the department. It means registrars feel at home. They are able to discuss with anyone who is within the department regarding any issues, not only related to work, but also related to the psychosocial stressors of nowadays. And he helped to cultivate that type of practice. And I need to also highlight that you need to be realistic when you are guiding a person. It reminds me of one of the registrars I had. You know, sometimes you mustn't go for a profession just because you want to be, even when you do not. Sometimes you want to be, but you don't have interest. For those who are in the medical field, I'll just give an example. A registrar I'm training at Dr. George Mukari before Prof. Mdaka came, finds a patient with an ectopic, the patient dies. And me as a senior, I'm not informed. The following morning I find, hey, there is this problem. So I indicated to say, look, when you have made this diagnosis, you say this patient is suffering from this, just call me before any other thing. Don't do anything. Because sometimes you might keep patients alive by not doing anything. Because your management might kill the patient. Right? And then I got called and I said, this is how you do things. This is mentoring that I also learned from Prof. Mdaka. The patient survives. And I say, you see, this is how you are supposed to manage patients. Do you think you know how to deal with it? He says, yeah, no, now I know what to do. Next time, get a similar patient. I get a report the following day. The patient is dead. So I say, no, but what have you learned? Now, when Prof. Mdaka came, he says, there are people who, they don't know what they are doing. So I sat down I was a consultant at the time. I sat down with the registrar. I said, in medicine, there are too many fields. Maybe obstetrics and gynae is not your field. Says, hey, no, you mean you don't want me here? I said, no, me, I'm just advising. I'm a junior consultant, but I'm worried. Then said, no, give me another chance. I said, all right. Then when you get a patient, you made a diagnosis, call me. And I warned the registrar, I say, hey, I hope I'm not giving you a chance at the expense of someone's life. But because I didn't have powers, I was just advising. The registrar continued, admitted another patient. Outcome is the same. So I said, now I think I must take it up. I'm advising you. You don't seem to be listening to me. Is it possible that we can take it up to the head of department? Then I wrote a report. I say, this is not on bad faith. I'm writing a letter. Because I feel that you are not in the right field. And then the head of department had a meeting with us, and then the registrar had to leave. Now, at that time, it was me who was protecting her because I did not report it timeously. Because these labor things were not taking place. The head of department would just say, go and you go. Yes? They give you a resignation letter, you say, sign here, I don't want you. You sign and you would go. That's how it used to work. But all I'm saying is that people, if they have been identified to have a deficiency, when you are taken along, please be encouraged to improve. But you need to also realize when you can't, that, hey, this is not my field. Just like Prof. Mdaka, he realized he can't be a good swimmer. He respects all members of the staff, irrespective of who you are. In fact, one of the interns told me, says, before I knew Prof. Mdaka, I didn't even know that he was the head of department. Because when he came to me, the student had not started the clinical blocks. He came to me, he asked me, what are you doing here? He says, no, I'm doing second year. And he says, do you think you understand anatomy well? The student said, no, I told him that I don't understand it. He says, just think, anatomy is you. You mean you don't want to understand yourself? That's a problem. Can you please start understanding yourself? Because you are learning about yourself. And the intern said, from that time, I started having interest on anatomy. So what he did was to change the perspective of that student on the attitude towards anatomy. It was not to say, hey, if this is not your field. He gave that student a direction to say, no, be interested. If you don't know, you want to know yourself, then there's a problem. He never imposed authority. He made sure that everyone is valued and it's heard. And as I see the consultants that are there in the department, I can say that he has instilled future mentors. Unfortunately, on this aspect, I can only talk academic. That's what I see. But if you are not mentors outside academic, Prof. Mdaka is pledging you to be mentors even outside academics. Can we give him a round of applause? Now, this is from the consultants, which it was not much different, but all I had, this was a day before yesterday, that even when the hospital, because I heard the CEO that they have terminated his services. I don't know whether I will be saying things that I'm not supposed to say. But please, I need to indicate that Prof. Mdaka is still seeing patients. His patience and his passion is to work with patients. don't chase him away. He is still impacting knowledge and skill to those who are still training. Can we give him a round of applause? What also surprised me, you know, when people retire, they usually don't want to deal with emergencies. They might be at the clinic and tell you, no, this is an ectopic, please go and operate. But I hear that he's still participating in dealing with emergencies. I hope we are not going to be like one of our previous teachers, Prof. Mdaka, who even at 90 was still running around. There must be a time where you need to slow down a bit. But you need to know, hard workers, if they stop abruptly, they don't live long. Right? So please, Prof. Mdaka, we still need you. You need to slow down. Don't stop abruptly. Hard-working people need to keep on doing something. Because the moment they stop, they become depressed. And once they become depressed, all other things happen which we do not like. And that is why I have to emphasize that responsible as he is, responsibility is not taught. It might be encouraged, but it's something that you are born with. You might lose that if the environment does not allow you. Even when you are not responsible enough, the environment can enable you to be responsible. Now, to the registrars, you know, you look responsible when we are training you. The moment you finish, you show us colors. Because the objective was to make sure you get your degree. Can you please continue with the responsibilities even after? It reminds me when Health Profession Council visited our institution to accredit us for the undergraduate training. I'm happy Prof. Mtla is here. And then they said, students must knock off at 10 or 11 at night to go and sleep. I was coordinating 6th year at the time, and I said, no, not in obstetrics and gynecology. Then they said, but why are you so? I said, no, I'm not only teaching them only to see patients. Because if I allow them to knock off at 10, then it means I'm also training them, even when they are doctors, they must leave at 10. So I'm not going to allow that. Fortunately, those who were assessing the institution, they understood, they say, no, in this field, let's leave them to do 24-hour call because they are being trained to be doctors, to be responsible for the whole time that they are allocated to do the call. Now, there are people who are hardworking, and when you are hardworking, you are likely to achieve what you want. There are people who are knowledgeable, but not hardworking, then they might not achieve. It's just like a football player. A soccer player with skill, irresponsible, they don't go anywhere, isn't it? So it is important that people must say, if you are a hard worker, we know, even if you are not that knowledgeable, you will acquire the skill that we need. But when you are knowledgeable but not responsible, you always dodge. We used to be told that in the surgical field, let's say obstetrics, you become a gynae physician. You know a gynae physician? I'm not going to annoy the physicians that are here because you can't operate. But what you do is to advise people, go and do this. But when they encounter problems, you can't help them out. we used to have the vice chancellor who was a gynecologist, who was coming to do calls, who has never operated maybe for 20 years or so. And when we had problems, he's a consultant on the floor, and we are supposed to go to theater. When they say there's a problem, he will say, where is the senior registrar? Who should go and sort out what the junior registrar has as a challenge? So that also happens. And what I'm trying to emphasize here, which will come later, is the issue that when we train people, can we encourage them to make sure that they keep on doing it? The moment you don't do things, you lose the skill, right? So let's make sure, and this is, I'm happy that Eastern Cape government is also listening. You might be so special and do things the way maybe I'm highlighting in order to encourage the specialists to stay longer where they are. Because the challenge nowadays is when you are a specialist, but you can't work as a specialist, but you are there. You don't have equipment to empower you to work as a specialist. And that is very important, that specialists must be kept. What makes specialists live is not only social issues, it's also how effective they are. We have a district hospital where they put a general surgeon, but he was also called when there was a difficult cesarean section. He says, but I never specialized in this field. So he used to call me. He says, no, please go and come and help me in a district hospital, because now we have got this challenge that the medical officers are having this problem. But Prof. Mdaka is a hard worker. And he also instills responsibility. And this is what we have had across the board. As I had indicated that I never thought that at the time when he was at as a senior registrar, I was the youngest consultant at the time, but you know, he was so open to me. And I even got surprised why he decided to tell me everything. You know, he told me lots of things, how he worked here, even when he was with Dr. Mbambisa, because I also knew Dr. Mbambisa. You know, it was so nice. But one of the things that we need to also acknowledge is that when he came to this institution, the only consultant who was there was Prof. Buga. He became the second one. Now, what I want to emphasize here is, if we see that people from that place are going to the place, we end up coming. Because they realize that, hey, now what if I go there and it's only Prof. Buga, how is he going to treat me and all this? Receptive as Prof. Buga is, it was not an enough motivation. It needed a local person to be here to improve the situation, which is what transpired. At the moment, he has produced, I heard they said 100 of students. No, I don't think it's 100, it's thousands. Undergraduates who completed is thousands. Are you saying that the university, since he came in 2002, he only produced hundreds? I come to examine here. I was first invited by Prof. Buga to come and examine 2006, 7, and 8, which was, at the time, you had few students. But at the moment, students the number has increased. So I don't think you could still be in the hundreds. He also produced the specialist. This was emphasized. Now, Prof. Mdaka is a specialist, but he encouraged people to super specialize. And I will tell you the difference. In the past, we used not to have this super specialty certificate, because those who were working in the field could do everything. You know, you get urogynecology, Prof. Buga will operate. You get an oncology patient, a patient with cancer, Prof. Buga will operate, which is what even Prof. Mdaka was doing. But at the moment, things have changed to the point that it's preferred that you limit, and it's because of the load of work. Nowadays, there's a lot of problems. In 2006, when I came to examine, which is why I'm happy with the urogynecology, I found patients where they had prolonged labor in the district hospital or clinics, where the bladder is torn during labor. I will never forget when I saw the 17-year-old, 18-year-olds with that condition, that this is really not good. Prof. Mdaka never argues, but what he does, he listens to the opinion and highlights his own opinion afterwards. And then you come to a consensus of what you think is good. And he stimulates the different opinions. Now, I'm not going to deal with this. But when he was going to write for the exam, sit for the exam, and this is very important, he thinks I thought I will forget it, because I always say it when I am with him. Prof. Mdaka asked me to supervise, to mentor him, let me put it that way. And just before he went to sit for exam, he got injured. He was on crutches. Now, I was discouraging him. I said, no, how are you going to study when you are in pain? Then he said, no, but this is the opportunity for me to study, because I won't be coming to work. Right? And then I said, no, but you need to come for the tutorials in the evening. We used to do tutorials in the evening. From 7 o'clock until 11 at night, he will be limping in his crutches, coming. And he was never late. Though he was the slow walker of all other registrars, but he was one of those who you will find waiting for the session to take place. And this is what he has instilled to the institution here. As registrars are saying, he will always be there and listening. And if you find him during our time, it means you were late. You know, our consultants, they will say, if a registrar comes after me, that registrar is late. And we used to have one consultant who, the ward round starts at 8, but he comes at 7. So if you come at 15:15, you are late, because you have to find him there. And this is what Prof. Mdaka, he always comes early. He always pronounced the issue that if you say you have failed, there's nothing that we say you have failed, right? It's just to be given another attempt to pass, right? Because if you say you have failed, you give up. And you say, no, well, this I can't achieve. But he will encourage you to say, no, if this has happened, no, don't worry, things will be fine. Now, when I looked at the interns that side, they said, hey, I assessed them also. They are so competitive. So the products that you have here for undergraduate is good. Can you give the department a round of applause? Right. So this is really very, very important, that your products are good when they get where they are. They are representing the institution very well. Lastly, when I come to assess, I will even indicate one of the cases that happened. I don't know if Prof. Buga still remembers. There was a student who was doing very well. Now we were supposed to examine the student, and the student said, I'm not coming to be assessed. Prof. Buga was very angry. What type of student is this one? It's disappointing me in front of the external examiner. Then I said, all right, no, let's just go and find out what is happening. You know what the student said? I have got this patient who needs to be managed now. Do you want me to come to be assessed, and when we come, then the patient is dead? To me, that was already a pass mark, you know. Even before I listened to what people were saying, that to me, that student has passed. And when we interrogated, the student was very good. And I say, Prof. Buga, I think this one should get 100%. Then he says, but not in medical field, you can't get 100%. I say, no, but I'm not going to accept. You see, when you are an external examiner, you have got powers, right? You have got powers until the marks are discussed. I say, no, if you allocate a mark, it should not be less than 90. That student, I even approached her after the exams. I say, hey, don't you want to specialize in obstetrics and gynecology? She said, no, I'm interested. I said, no, once you do your internship, please apply. She's now a cardiologist. But it's a student who got cum laude, so she was excelling in everything. So she had to choose her own area of interest. Now, this is just a picture showing Prof. Mdaka and Prof. Buga, and even my former head of department and one of the consultants here. I'm not going to highlight. I hope you know all this. And I must say that there was a time that I was also taken out to kind of have some entertainment. Prof. Mdaka indicated that with his political affiliation, he does have people who are politically aligned, and he exposed me, he introduced me to them, which was really very nice. We discussed some economic things. We discussed some economic things on what is happening. But I think this was really a good outing, and thanks for the members who invited me there. I am not going to highlight on this one because most of the things, I just wanted to talk about something. I discovered that we mustn't use the word passion. They say passion is not an English word, it's patiently. Prof. Mdaka still has what he has achieved. Professionally, he has achieved a lot. He lifted most people in the Eastern Cape and beyond. And I need to indicate that when the HOD post became vacant on our site, he said, why don't you apply? I say, no, I don't think I'm good enough. He says, no, you are good enough. Why are you saying you are not good enough? I said, hey, you know, this is a challenge. He said, no, you are good enough. I said, no, then you need to mentor me now. Isn't that I mentored you during the studies? Now you need to mentor me as a head of department. The department was established here, which is an excellent department, together with Prof. Buga. The collaboration amongst the institutions and this one has been improved markedly. And therefore, with this strong department, which is well appreciated throughout the country and internationally, I think you need to keep it up. Can you give yourself a round of applause? I've also learned that I think people need to make sure that they keep the staff. You know, retainment. Where I am now, when I get a new person, they say it's from Walter Sul. When I get a person, it's from Walter Sul. What is it that is missing? They are leaving. They are going to Gauteng and Eastern Cape, Western Cape and all over. Can we establish something that will keep people here? But what I liked is, the first thing is to invite people who are from that place, local people. Just like he did with the specialist. They usually stay longer, unless the province does not give them posts. Because sometimes you produce, and then they don't get posts, and then they end up leaving. Now, when we hosted the exams, national exams, I discussed with Prof. Mdaka that, no, you should also do this. I even raised it as an issue that all institutions need to host exams. And this past one, which results came out yesterday, Walter Sisulu was hosting the first national exam for obstetrics and gynae for specialists. And I was also told that all your candidates who sat for the exams have passed, which is also another good thing. Yes. And I must say that since we started collaborating, we also discuss on how we can assist the registrars who are still in training. But there are still outstanding issues, which are not his powers, but the responsibility of everyone. Because developing the health department in the region to encourage exceptional patient care, this refers to the specialists that you have trained that need to have equipment to look after patients in order to improve patient care. You need to retain the specialists produced in order to improve that. Obviously, that needs economy. Prof. Mdaka did his best, even economical. You know, when you sponsor a registrar to attend a conference, you have assisted so much economical because it was a deterrent for a registrar to go and attend. It's also a deterrent if a registrar says the car is broken down, I can't get to work, you go and pick up that registrar and bring that person to work. That's an economic empowerment. He was just trying to assist on all these things. Prof. Mdaka, you are an icon. I never thought that you are to that level. But with what I have heard today, with what I have known you for, you are an icon in the Eastern Cape. Thank you very much.
Wow. Yeah. Ndimakekile and I don't know ndithini after such a wonderful speech. But yeah, that was wow. Azi, go down and organize your gifts. Time for presentations. Who's up next? Dr. Mafekla, I see. Asha, Sputsu, come down. All right. Dr. Tanas, what is on next? Just time for presentations, then after that, a reply. You're almost there. And then reflections. We can eat in Anugum Solar Florida. And Banding and Niguam against Zamwood. Otherwise, we're done. I think we're almost done. Almost minister. Utana zingeke telipaka ngulapha ecangwe kwethu shame. Oh madoda.
Okay. Good afternoon. Afternoon, everyone. Molweni, igama lam Aziwele Utotswana. One of the young, recently qualified specialists in the department, Prof. Mdaka. So I am first going to request Prof. Mashamba to come forward as we present him these tokens of appreciation. I know it's quite, maybe people are wondering, it's quite odd to hear of a gentleman receiving flowers because that is usually the gift reserved for ladies. But there's something Mr. Mini mentioned earlier about the importance of allowing people to smell their flowers while they're still with us. So we took that care and literally wanted to have it manifest. Prof, thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. Thank you so much for reminding us of the people that came before us that made it possible for us to stand in these platforms. It is a beautiful reminder and also a wake-up call to remind us to invest in the future for future generations, just like you and Prof. Mdaka have done. We truly appreciate it. Thank you so, so much. All of these, there are many, these are still for you, Prof. I think we just got too excited. Started getting, even this one, even the other black one.
Hayi bo zaphela igifts bethu na. Ziphele emntwini omnye.
Yeah, and the black one with the nice tie from the college.
Yeah. Simane siqhwaba nje thina beFlorida umsebenzi wethu kuqhwaba bethu nana nje background. Just la ansabawela nje manje niqhwaba bethu ningadinwa.
I need to thank you, Prof. Mdaka, the institution, the hospital here combined, and everyone who availed themselves, the honorary guests. I had to meet the politicians that I was only seeing on TV today. I think this is good. I'm thrilled. I never thought that I will be given so much that I must now go and look for a bag, a carry bag, in order to go home. And I will need advice on how I should carry for flowers in the flight. Thank you.
And to our father,
You know.
the man, the legend, the icon. Just as a disclaimer, I woke up and cried this morning, so
Oh, man.
I'm fine. The reserve for tears is now finished, so I'll be able to speak. Prof. Mdaka, honestly, words fail me when it comes to you. I think we would spend the whole afternoon just here singing your praises.
Oh. Nice. Nice.
You have been a light, just like a rose. Roses have different meanings. Yes, most commonly we know them for, the romantic side of it. But with more reading about, when you're reading about flowers and plants, roses also signify growth. They also signify legacy. And I think nothing was then more fitting than getting the man who has grown with us, who has forced us to grow, and who has left behind a beautiful legacy. So we wish we could guide as the roses, Prof, so that they last forever and they remind you of the impact that you've had in our lives.
Oh.
So one of the gifts, I think even everyone in this room can help participate. You see here, I have a book. This is a book comprising of letters. So when we were planning this day, we thought we wanted to get gifts that will, when he's at home, he can go back and remember that, you know, I made a difference in people's lives. So we asked people to write letters to Prof. Mdaka, and we compiled them into this book. I am opening the room to allow more people, because other people texted me this morning that they were not aware that we're compiling this wonderful book. So anyone, if you're still interested in writing a letter, please write a letter. Please make sure it's in Word, and then you can email it to me, and then we can just have more letters added to this book. Because I know not everyone is a public speaker, so if you want to share some words with Prof. Mdaka, I am not going to read all these letters because I will cry if I start reading these letters. But the words carried in these letters are so beautiful, and they just reiterate everything that has been said and shared today. Thank you so much, Tata.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Chini. Oh man, Prof, you can just come again.
Zingangalala, zingangalala. Thank you so much. Mandi, qabele kwi protocol that has already been established to avoid to waste ixesha. I'm so excited, Dr. Mdaka, to be here today. When I saw this lecture on a social media platform, I was like, this one I'm definitely attending to celebrate with everyone who's celebrating. It's always important to acknowledge and honor people whilst they are still alive. So it's a good thing. I said to myself, remove everything on my diary. I want to be there to acknowledge and honor an epitome of excellence, Dr. Mdaka. Mhlambi ke mna, I'm also representing Dr. Mdaka, apart from me being the executive mayor of Alfrenzo, which is one of the districts as mentioned here, as benefitayo from your excellence. Ndiyafuna ukuthi siya appreciate Londo as government. Indoba sibe nabantu abafana nani in our province of the Eastern Cape. Aba-trusted, abantu esibaziyo into kokuba xa uyile kubo bayakwazi udeliver quality results serving i-community yase-Eastern Cape. Ndiphinde ke ndibe ngumuntu endingathi ndiyiyo ne-patient kuba kaloku ngudoctor wam, uDr. Mdaka. Nam ebendike ndahamba kuye engandazi, kodwa what I like the most about him endingqinelana nezithethi zonke bezithetha ngaye ngumntu uDr. Mdaka. He treats everyone the same way, because even before he knew intoba engathi ngumeya waseNtabankulu nje lo at that time, but that receiver i-treatment right, and ndabona intoba wonke umuntu apho i-patient ufuna ukungena apha kuDr. Mdaka. So ndizama ukuthi ke Dr. Mdaka, that's why ndilapha today. Ndincame yonke into because I said to myself, if andikwazanga kuba lapha namhlanje, ndizoma apha nam ndingqine uDr. Mdaka njengomuntu kule province osebenzela i-community yalapha, and uyambona kagugi uDr. Mdaka usemtsha mhle, but ke ndiyabulela Dr. Mdaka, nditheke mandikuphathele le token of appreciation. uzayithi xa soyivula ke uyibone what it symbolizes. Ubuntu obu ndithetha ngabo. Enkosi kakhulu Dr. Mdaka kakhulu.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Sama. There's a presentation from Sama.
Prof Mdaka. Okay. Prof Mdaka, ndizo presenter on behalf of the South African Medical Association. I'm sure you've been a member for over 50 years, maybe. But they are presenting you now with a lifetime membership award. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Mkudlwa and Dr. Gwam, can you pagamisa Prof? Just with one item. We got an itulam nandi man. Izan, betuna. Si gqibele ndo sihambe. Sinikwe iprogram betuna nesixolele sihambe ngokuthanda. Senza ngokumyalelo. Hayiwo ke girl. Sure. Nagia.
Hello. Is this one on? Oh, okay. It is on. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to say, Nati, we could not let this moment go by without trying to give some kind of honorage to Prof. Mdaka for everything that he's done for us. Nati, we are students that are former students of Prof. Mdaka, and his fatherhood stays with us in our hearts forever. Also, Prof. Mashaba, I was one of those interns at Dr. George Mukari that represented Walter Sisulu. Them say your name, and I know you live in me. They say Viva, he's a legend, and I smile, and my mind would fly. Every day of my life watching you. Tizidla mnanga, tibubona ububele ba. You are a legend. La 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 la. Aye la 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 la. Aye. Yakuthembisa sonke sijike, wasifundisa uthando, wasifundisa umhlaba, wasifundisa uhleka, wasifundisa ukuvana, thina wasifundisa inyama, wathi nyamezelani, wasifundisa uthando, uthando lomculo, viva.
wasifundisa uvana thina wasifundisa inyama wathi nyamezelani wasifundisa uthando uthando lomculo wasifundisa uthando wasifundisa uthando wasifundisa utheka wasifundisa uvana thina wasifundisa inyama wathi nyamezelani wasifundisa uthando uthando lomculo
Wow! You! Wow! 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 What an item! Yo, tata zasewusu prof ingathi wokumuntu uzabe back. Tata prof. Tata prof. Nisho uba ngogqirha guys ayizo artists ezisuka. Yeah, answer na. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think because of time we must give a prof uqala. Then after that nibe prepare nje. Abana by two, just reflections, nyana, then we're done. All right?
I don't know where I should start because when people speak like this about somebody, sekabe lo muntu lowo sebunile konje ke abadli ngonikwa kethuba lokuphendula abo bantu abo nanso ke ingxaki ke ngokwendinayo ba ndizawuqala phina kodwa kandifuna ubalibazisa abantu banoko ixesha selihambile selixhatshwe zizinja ndifuna nje uqala seziphawuliwe zonke indwendwe ezikhoyo apha nabahlobo bam abakhoyo apha kodwa ke kukhona abashiyekeleyo endicelayo uba noko ndibaphawule ndiyabona apha uMr Macingwane waseKlakbar Ingcobo idolophu ndibona ke apha uMr Sisangombane uMr Sisangombane mandimdibanise noVenom uMr Mzwandile Vena la madoda ke sasifunda kunye nawo apha eSt John's usuka kulaa nto kwakuthiwa nguForm 1 yotsho kuForm 5 esidlala irabhi kunye ke no njengoba ke beseyitshilo uProf Mashamba, as Prof Mashamba had mentioned, I had some limitations. One of those limitations was my stature. So we did not play in the same team. But when he played in the first team, because he was a big man, and he was a scrum half, by the way, at St. John's College. And but when they were practicing, they were using the second team to practice against. So, and we even stayed in the same dormitory at St. John's College. We were very close, actually. It was a boys-only school at that time. So I'm very happy and thrilled to see them here. Kuko apha ke uDr. Bam no Professor Mtla nabo babefunda beSt. John's. They were not my classmates, babengemva noko bona. But when we went to medical school, we were in the same class. Not Dr. Madiba. We were all at medical school at the same time. And I'm happy that they have come to honor this gathering here. Kukho ke nomuntu obaluleke kakhulu apha, a young man that Mr. Saki Macozoma will recognize very easily. He was our teacher in primary school. He started teaching us when we were doing standard 2. I don't know what standard 2 is nowadays. And he continued to teach us from standard 2 to standard 6 when we finished primary school. The reason for that is that he was teaching only English in our school. So this is why we were with him all the time. Umalume wami ke lo, Mr. GBS Xundu. Abantu ke bamane besithi hayi Mdaka badala xa nimbonile enyuka apha ezitepsini akasimeleli nosimelela una 95 years wayesititsha kwa standard 2 nabo ke abantu abadala. I just want to say a few a few words without taking a lot of time about people that I have worked with here. I want to recognize all my colleagues here who are gathered here to make this gathering a success. Some of them are doctors, some are nurses, some of them will work together either at the university or in the hospital. I'm very happy that they are here. And then the last thing that I want to say is that I worked in this place with many women and men. And I must mention the executive dean of the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, Professor Wesley Chita, in absentia. He's a very strong leader. And he's a man who, if he has decided to do something, he does not turn back. And he sees that thing to conclusion. He is a kind of man who tries to get the best out of every member of his staff. And that is exactly what he has done in the university. You know, about 2 years ago, I think we were languishing at number 3 in terms of research as a university. And we had only 41 publications, Prof. Rosik, I think that is accurate. But just in 2 years' time, our research output had increased to 167 publications. And that is because of his driving force. Professor Chita has been instrumental in driving the university and its and the things that the university wanted to achieve in many ways. We have already established, Prof. Mashamba, a rural clinical school here, which is part of Walter Sisulu University. Now, this is in the deep, deep rural areas in Lusikisiki. And I think there are only 2 of them in South Africa, if I'm not making a mistake. The other one is in the Western Cape, and the second one is the one that we are having at Lusikisiki. And, you know, he is a champion of community engagement. And he wants everybody to be engaged with the community with which we work and the community that we serve. So a very great leader. Amongst the people that I have to mention here is Dr. Madiba, the Governor General. He is generally known here, Bishop Sombao, as the Governor General. I would say he is one of the founding members of Nelson Mandela, as it is now. We found him Tata General already there. You know, when I finished internship in 1985, I came to work here in 1986. So Mthatha General itself has been there already. And then Nelson Mandela was only opened in 1986. And Dr. Madiba was one of the driving people at the forefront of construction of this hospital. And he opened every door in Cape Town and Pretoria to make sure that this hospital is built. That is Dr. Madiba. I do not think that there is a head of department here who does not have good words to say about Dr. Madiba. Because when we started, although a lot of good work had already been done by people who were serving the community here before we came, you know, the hospital and the university, as you see it now, developed in our lifetime here. So the departments were very, very small. As it was mentioned here, in the Department of Obstetrics, it was very, very rudimentary. It was actually Prof. Buga, and there was another colleague called Dr. Biarohanga. He's late now, may his soul rest in peace. So I was the third one to join them. Very small department. We started working in Mthatha General, and we later moved over. Dr. Madiba was instrumental and very determined in making sure that this hospital develops into what it is today, establishing new departments, making sure that the departments that were there already were strengthened. So there is a lot to say about him. I cannot finish in the time that is left for this gathering. Of course, she was very ably assisted by a lady called Mrs. Makwedini. Mrs. Makwedini, I'm not going to talk about her now. Ndizawuyibeka njengesixhosa imeko yakhe ukuze niyazi into yokuba he was actually the leader of the hospital. He was the chief executive officer. Dr. Madiba was the head of clinical governance. Umama uMakwedini ke ngaba mama kuthiwa zimazi ezidlana enkabi. I think ke ndigqibile umsummarize ngaloo ndlela. Andizuphinda ndithethe enye into. Ndifuna ke uthi ke uthetha nje kancinci ngabantu abathe balandela ke emveni komama emva komama uMakwedini no Dr. Madiba. CEO wethu apha umama uMthonjana. Abantu kabanintsi apha, I'm sure into kokuba sikhona isport ezikolweni zabo babefunda kuzo noba abasafundi ke ngoku. Kukho isport ekuthiwa yi-relay. Phaa ndiyaba kuthiwa yintoni ngesixhosa i-relay, azange ndide ndilifumane igama lesixhosa lalena. Kodwa ke, you know, when you run in a relay, you run very fast, and you have to make sure that you run ahead of the others. And usually the people who run relay, they carry a baton, and then they hand it to the next group of runners. So, omama umthongana ke bayuthathe ngezandla namadolo angenamikhinqi ibaton apha kwa-Dr. Madiba. Umama uMakwedini no-Dr. Madiba kukwi-projects ababezishiye apha seziqhubeka, you know, seziqaliwe. In fact, sometimes in some of them, construction had not yet started, but you know, they had already laid the ground for these projects to start. One of them is the oncology unit that is being built just above where we are now. And then there is also the oncology, the reproductive unit that was launched last year by MEC Kappa. And everybody is aware of that now. So I'm not going to, that is one of the projects that had had been started but had not been completed. But when Mrs. Mtonjana and the other heads of clinical governance who worked alongside her came, they did not say, we are going to drop this baton and start our own race. They took the baton and they ran forwards with the baton. So we are very grateful for them because this oncology unit is going to be open, I think, by the end of August, of July. And the infertility or reproductive unit is already functioning. Dr. Mbumlwana and Dr. Ngangana there, I'm going to ask all of them to come in front at the end. They have promised that by the end of the year, before my contract expires, at least there will be a grandchild from that laboratory. Now, then the other man that I would like to mention here, his name has already been mentioned already, is Professor Buga. We have worked with Professor Buga for a long, long time, and he actually persuaded me and facilitated my entry into this hospital. He invited me to come and serve here, which I accepted happily. And Professor Buga has written books, some of the best textbooks. He has published widely. And I must say that Prof. Mashamba, and this comes from the bottom of my heart, he must be one of the best teachers I have ever come across in this country. And then to my younger colleagues now, some of them have become my seniors now. And when I am stuck, I have to approach them to assist me. Somehow I was lucky when I started here, especially when I became head of department, because I started with people who did not need to be policed, who knew why they had come to this place, who knew that they had come to work here and look after patients, and who knew that they had, some of them had already started training as specialists. And they did not require to be policed and chased around all the time. And that made life very easy for me. And I did not have to fight with them. And this is why I did not fight with Dr. Tanas and the others. And when somebody had fought with them, and then I would go around and try to find out where the problem was. And after talking to them, if they are still angry, I would park them and leave them for some 2 weeks or so. And then after some time, come back and say, hey, what was the problem there in the dispensary? And then by this time, she's also laughing at the problem now, and she sees that it was not a major issue. And yeah, I think that you handled it, incorrectly. And in future, such things you must handle them differently. And then we would party, happily. And I think that without my greatest pride here is that, it's something that has already been mentioned several times here. We and Professor Buga now have reached a period where we are kept here at the mercy of the university, government. After you reach 65 and 67, government shows you the door. Whether you were doing good work or otherwise, when that time comes, they show you the door. So the university, we were happy that the university kept us here with Professor Buga. And Yeah, now I just want to make sure that, yeah, I was going to talk about these super specialists now. I have to state in public now that they are a source of immense pride for me. As Prof. Mashamba said earlier, during our times, when we were registrars and training, there were no super specialists. Everything was done by general specialists. And, as the medicine increased and research produced more information, there was a need for subspecialties to be developed. And a number of universities do have subspecialties now. But there are some established universities, very old universities, whom we are ahead of. For example, the reproductive unit. I think we are only out of how many medical schools are there, Prof? Is it 8 or 9? 10. There are 9 medical schools now. There are only 5 medical schools that have this reproductive unit in the country. And needless to say that many of the long-established universities, which had this service before, but it collapsed and so on, some of them have been trying to recruit from us, to poach from us, without success, of course. This shows the determination of these young people to stay and serve the community in the Eastern Cape, and especially those that serve the eastern region of the Eastern Cape, which is one of the most poorest regions in the country. I'm going to invite them to come to the podium for a short moment. We are not the only department that has developed. There are many other departments that have developed. I must mention this. The Department of General Surgery has produced 3 subspecialties in recent times. Well, there are many, Department of Surgery is a very huge department. Some of the specialties that are there, I'm not even sure whether they are subspecialties or just specialties on their own, but there are 3 that I'm sure of which exist in this institution. There is vascular surgery, and I think we are the only public hospital that has that facility in the Eastern Cape. We have hepatobiliary. I think in this region, that is, the central region and the eastern region, we are the only ones that have that facility. I'm not sure if the western region, that is Port Elizabeth, Doranginza, and Livingstone Hospital area, have got hepatobiliary. I do know that they have got cardiothoracic surgery, but we also have it here. Those are the ones that I wanted to brag about. There is internal medicine also that has got many subspecialties. There is rheumatology. Now, these people, as I think Professor Mashamba explained this, I think I must emphasize this. These people qualified as specialists, like me, my friend here, Dr. Kokwana, and Prof. Mashamba. But in addition to that, they went back to other universities to get further qualifications. And when you qualify as a specialist, you have to spend 4 or 5 years training in addition to your undergraduate training. So these people spent 18 to 2 years more to do these super specializations of theirs, which we refer to as subspecialties in the academic circles. So in internal medicine, I said we have rheumatology, we have cardiology, we have nephrology, we have what else? Oh, gastroenterology, yes, yes. So you can see that, you know, the necessity, the need for people to go to East London, so as I mentioned, most of these things are not available in East London. So for people to go to East London, even Durban, Johannesburg or Cape Town, for most of the things now, there is no such necessity. We can do those things here. Then where we do not have such subspecialties, we will then refer the patients to those places that already have the subspecialties. Now I just want to invite, I see the Dr. Mpumlwana is there. I'm going to invite all of them, all the people who have passed, even those who passed yesterday or last night. They must just come to the podium and be appreciated. Let's come quickly because people are hungry now. Izani, Dr. Mpumlwana, Dr. Nkangana, izani kaloku. Naba bebe pasizolo, please, khawuleza. Ngabakwa ONG bonke ningabi nexhala Khumalo sizonibizela zonke izipecialists zalapha sifuna nje nibona abakwa ONG. Bantwana bam ke nibaninzi bandiwalibela amagama wenu nindikhumbuza. Masiqale ke from last night. Good Dr. Mbili lo. He has already passed his MED and FCOG, so he's ready to register as a specialist now. Mabaze ke naba babini ba last night man. Nazi last born amathunjana. Good Dr. Madikane ke lo seqala kwam. Ibe ngu Dr. Tolana lo ngapha kwa Dr. Madikane. Aba ke Khumalo njengoba ndibane ndisiya kwezi zibhedlele nje. Ndababona pha All Saints. Xa ndiyofika phaa ndabona ihlobo abenza ngalo izinto, ihlobo abaqhuba ngalo kakuhle, ndabona uba sikhona isakhono apha. Ngoku ke i-challenge ke ngoku ke ekufuneka niyicinge into yoba uTata uMaxoza uyanifuna phaa e-All Saints. Kuzawufuneka ke bazayizama ke indlela noTata uMacingwane into yoba noko mazibe khona ii-gynecologists ezikhoyo phaa e-All Saints. Ngoba i-All Saints uzuqonda uba ingcobo inkulu. Ayidityaniswanga nezinye iidorophana ezincinci. Yabona for instance uMthatha udityaniswe noMqanduli noXhorha iXhorha. KSD, Otsolo, no, zonke izindawo Libode. Zonke izindawo ziphantsi kuthiwa yi-KSD, ingcobo ime yodwa. Ime yodwa ingcobo. So ifanelekile ke into yoba noko ibe nebu-regional hospital uba ndizayiyeka apho ke uDr. Xhamlashe banoba bamamele phaa. Ndizawuma ndithi ke ndibuyela apha kuDr. Mayibenye. UDr. Mayibenye lo. Indoda yalapha endamase le. eBattingville. Ngqeleni. Ngomnye ke wezipecialist ezincinci zapha eDepartmental. Usaqhubeka ke ngoku usafunda ke. Ndiqala uba wena. He's busy with his PhD now. Ibe ngubabalwa Tanase ke lo R61. Lo wemengo. Yes. Ibe nguzimasa ke lo. Mathethela. Intombi yaseMbizana. Uzimasa ke lo balungiselela ubhala ke kwale ke kwiveki ezimbalwa just phamba babhale sipha egayini OPD sonke athi ke kubekho ipatient lapha ibonwe ndim le patient le ibene la gqirha athi yo usebenza apha kanti uzimasa ndithi mna umazelaphi ithi hayi sasifunda kunye eprimary ndithi wena usebenza phi ngoku athi hayi ndisebenza kwaSipakwa pha eBizana ndithi nashika athi hayi kaloku andinawuzimatanisa nozimasa uzimasa wayetsiba iklasi andibani noba watsiba iklasi ezingaphi na. Yes. Ndize ke kuaziwe Lutotswana. Aziwe Lutotswana kunyanisile ke sidibene kwa 4th year. Kodwa ke sithe ke ngokuze sazane kakuhle waye group leader yakwa 6th year. Yabona ke students zakho funeka uthi uzifundise kakuhle uzazi amandla wazo. Uba istudent sakho awuzazi yabona iclass mhlawumbi yes finally yazibangaka. Nokwa ingomthwalo umkhulu. So funeka ubazi bonke abantwana bakho students zakho. Ndaphawula uba hey inesakhono le ntokazi le. Ayixelela kwangoko ke into uba uzawufuneka ubuye lapha kwa-obstetrics and gynecology ugqiba kwakho zonke ezi formalities compulsory zikarhulumente i-internship ne-community service. Nyani wenje njalo wabuya apha njengoba sithetha nje ke she's a specialist now. Dr. Kama ke lo. Dr. Kama ke ngomnye we students you know who has shown a lot of determination in her life, you know, in her academic career. Naye ndidibene naye kwa 5th year. Unanimfundile kanene 6th year uba kukho igroup ke yam kwakho umthetho okwabekwa kwathiwa hayi medicine mayithathe 5 years ke ngoku iye kuthatha 6 years. So wayekwenye ke yalo group so bapasa ke MPCH bebena 5 years instead of 6 years. Ndiyabona ke bazange imphathe kakuhle loo nto mhlawumbi kwawuthiwa kukho into angazifundanga. She came back esawugqiba zonke ezi formalities ze-internship ne-community service. She came back to our department and she specialized as an obstetrician and gynecologist. Akaphelela apho ke ndibona uba wacatshikiswa laa nto uba anendawo angayifundanga. Ngoba emva kwethutyana urhulumente waphinde wathi hayi mayibuyiswe laa minyaka emithandathu nanku uProfessor Mdla ngomnye wabantu abathatha eso sigqibo uba ayonelanga le 5 years le. Mawabuyise ndiyabona ukuba wathi esawuva loo nto uba kuthiwa hayi ayonelanga la 5 years. Wabuya ke wazokwenza i-subspeciality ekuthiwa yi-urogynecology. Yabona ke izinto ke kunzima uzichaza ngesiXhosa ezi zigulo zasegayini uba zintoni na. Kodwa ke uyiloo nto ke. So this is a super specialist also. So, you know, she has enhanced our academic platform. Size ke ku-Dr. Gubu Ntaba. Wayefike apha ke ngu-Dr. Gubu ngowalapha kwaPheni nakanene ba? Ya, ngowalapha kwaPheni. Ezi ndawo zalapha kweli cala lingapha kukho ooPheni. Kubekho Maxhwele, kubekho Amawele, kubekho intoni kanene Dr. Madiba laa ndawo kubekho nezimbane Ziyandibhida ke yiyo le nto ndiqondayo uba mandinqinisise kuyo uba kukwapheni na ndiyakwazi kowabo sike siye kowabo. UDr Gubu ke naye wafunda apha. She did her MBCHB here. Uyafunda ke nina tenene Gubstana 5 years naye. Wayekwalididile 5 years. Wahamba ke wakwenza internship ne-community service kwezi zibhedlele. Mane ndifowunela ke xa caba banengxaki phaa. I-supervision ke kudala kakhulu babengekho kakhulu oogqirha bane-experience phaa kwezaa zibhedlele kuthiwa zii-district hospital. Amane fowuna ke abuze ingxaki ke. Hayi ke ndambona uba nyani unomdla phaa kwa-obstetrics and gynecology. Mane ndimkhumbuza kuba ugqiba kwakho loo community service ikhona indawo yakho. Nyani ke wabuya ke wayigqiba ke i-FCOG yakhe ne-MED in record time and wathi sawugqiba kukho izinto ke singazazi ezinye sasingazazi nathi noba zikhunto ezifundelwayo ezilolu hlobo. Wahamba ke wathi uyofunda into ekuthiwa yi-maternal fetal medicine. Yababusibhida ke le nto uba ngumntu omnye okhulelweyo lo zitheni ngoku isohlulwa kule siyifundileyo thina zi-obstetricians. Bangene nzulu ke njengoba ibicaciswa ke apha ngumama uMatshoba. Ngumama uMthongane uba benza ntoni nomsebenzi wabo. So sihambe sithi ke sisawuxinga. Sizapha kubo ke ngoku. Sithi Gubster andiyiqondi kakuhle mntanam khawujonge isikena amehla wasaboni kakuhle ngoku. Ngelo xesha uyaqonda uba uchani kakuhle uba kwenzeka ntoni phaa. Hayi ke bafika abantwana bacofe nezi matshini zikhoyo ke ziyasishiya ngelinye ixesha. Bafika hayi chief le nto yinto ethile lena funeka niyenze kanje nakenje yi-admitheni le patient njalo njalo. So sisebenza kamnandi kanjalo kapha. Size kuDr Nkangane. uNtandora, nguNontando igama lakhe sithi ke Ntandora xa simteketisayo apha edepartmentini. uNtandora ke lo noDr Mpumlwana bafunde into enye. Bonke bahambe kwezi lamanqanaba batrayine up i-junior degree yabo and then no specializer kwabo baspecializer apha. And then ke ngoku uDr Mpumlwana waya eTigerberg vela uDr Mpumlwana iza ngaphambili kancane. Yile ntakumbana. Yayofundela ke le nto ke kuthiwa i-reproductive medicine, ezinto ke zidibene nosokola xa mhlawumbi ungafumani bantwana. Mhlawumbi sowusemtshatweni kube nzima ufumana abantwana njalo njalo. Hayi yonke loo ngxaki leyo izawusombuluka ngoku apha eMthatha. Njengoba besenditshilo ke ii-university ezinaloo nto zintlanu kuphela apha eSouth Africa. Ndizawugqibela ngaye kuDr Mgoka lo. Ngoba niyambona nani uba ngoyena umfutshane apha eqondweni. nguDr Mphantsi lo. Indoda yaselisikisiki Mfondini emantlaneni. Kaloku kwezaa ndawo zinobutyebi, naye ufunde apha. Wenza i-junior degree yakhe apha wabuya wazospecialize apha ekhaya. Wazipasa ezo nto ezo. Ulapha ke departmentini, is one of the senior consultants in the department. Mandize ke uDr Mpongozi bendifuna ukugqibela ngaye mandize apha kuDr Mgoka. uDr Mgoka ke naye ufunde apha esi-student. Wayemncinci ke engekabi naso nesiqu singaka ngelo xesha. Wenza ke internship waphinda wabuyela apha esawugqiba i-community service. No, waspecialize eStellenbosch kanena nditsho, waspecialize eStellenbosch. Kodwa wathi ugqiba kwakho ufunda wathi hayi ndifuna ubuya ndizosebenza apha ekhaya. Sathi hayi buya ndoda ayikho enye indlela. Samzamela umsebenzi apha. Yabona ke thina ke noDr Mbongozi asifuni uyiva le nto province, bakumamela abantu beprovince phaa eQongeni. Asifuni le nto uba sibe sixelela into yoba kukho mali xa sifuna uqashela ogqirha. Unjengele lo, unjangathi. Andifuna ukuthi siphume ecaleni, nanini ke nimva unjengele phaya komabonakude. Xa ekhalaza, esithi amajoni awanazixhobo zokulwa, anikwa imali encinci. Mayiphele loo nto leyo, amajoni mawanikwe imali. Khangela ngoku sidelelwa naziRwanda ezi yonke la mazwana. IRwanda ilingana neTranskei iRwanda okanye ingaphantsi. So thina ke bantu basebenzayo on the ground, masingaxelelwa ngemali engekhoyo, mayofunwa apho ifuna khona, ngoba ngamaxesha ekunyanzelekileyo imali uba mayifumaneke, iyafuna ibe khona, otherwise oomadlanga ngebengasebenzi ngoku. So ikhona yona apho ikhoyo khona. Masingaxelelwa uba imali ayikho ke. So waqashwa ke lo mfana. Sathi ke kuba noko sasesibanintsi apha eMandela. Sathi ke sizawumbeka pha eMthatha Regional. Pha eMthatha Regional ke sasesithumele uDr Mdondolo wayesuka apha kuthi naye. Bekhona nabanye abafana ababini ke ngoku babetrayinwe nguProf Mabenge eBhayi. So batsho bane-specialist eziyi-4 ke pha. So wathi ke ngokugqiba kwakupasa emva konyaka wathi uDr Mgoga, hayi nam ndifuna uke ndiphinde ndiyokongeza. Wahamba ke wofunda le nto ifundwe nguDr Gobu, i-maternal fetal medicine. Ubhizi ke ngokujijisana nayo seyisekugqibeleni kodwa. So ndifuna nibone ke into yokuba i-future intle ngoba niyababona uba bonke aba bantu aba bakazubhenshela aba. Icebo alikuba likurhulumente likubani? Makangasixeleli ngentoni engekhoyo. Right, mandize ke kuDr Mbongozi. uDr Mbongozi ke he's my boss now. He's the new head of department. He was my student, by the way, also. Wahamba ke wake wayekwenza i-internship kwezinye indawo. I think wake wofika nakoma-Grooterschuur nakoma nase-Queenstown wake wasebenza. Wabuya kuDr Mbongozi. He came back and he said he wants to specialize. So we welcomed him with Professor Buga, and he started his training with his colleagues here, and they finished in due course. Bathi ke uDr Gubu noDr Mpumlwana besawahamba ke sendiqonda uba hayi kodwa iyophuka esisipani sam ngoku xa bephunguka bemane beyofunda. Kodwa ndaqonda into yokuba hayi noDr Mbongozi lona mandimkhuthaze, ndathi kuye Dr Mbongozi kunjani kuwe, ayikabikho mhlawumbi ihlelo oqondayo ubuyarhalela ululandela ngoba sifuna ukwakha itimu engasoze iphinde yophuke. Wathi uDr Mbongozi, hayi chief, noko ndinengxaki ezininzi ekhaya ezijongene nam, make ndihlale. Wandihlebela ke into yokuba eyona njongo yam chief ndifuna uba ndiyoqala i-private practice. Wade wayibiza nendawo eQueenstown, ayilo hlebo loo nto leyo. Wathi ndifuna uyoqala i-private practice eQueenstown. Ndaqonda into yokuba yabona ke ngeli xesha atshoyo uDr Mpumlwana noDr Gubu sebemkile. Ndaqonda uba heyi iza kwenzakala itimu yethu ngoku. Kwakho iprogram apha xa biyaqala I think phako 2017 2018 ye collaboration ne-University of Stirling e-United Kingdom ye PhD, and sathetha noDr Mbongozi bathi ambo awunamdla kule program. Wathi uDr Mbongozi hayi sakhe ndiyicinge. Hayi wabuya after some time wathi hayi chief ndicinga mandingene kule program. Hayi ke waqalisa kuDr Mbongozi, hamba ke ngoku ke engqondweni yethu sicinga into yokuba izawuba yidegree yase-Stirling. Kwahamba ke ngoku kwacaca uba phakathi exesheni izawuba i-collaboration between the University of Stirling and the University Walter Sisulu. So ndithetha nje ke kule veki iphelileyo ngoMvulo uDr Mbongozi ke begraduate iPhD yakhe apha eWalter Sisulu. Uphumile kunxiba ke ngokwezi yazimnyama igown. Unxibe ezibomvu ngoku. Athathe athwale zabharethi zingena shape. Zibekwa ngathi zibekwe ngokungakhathala apha entloko. Apha kule veki yokuqala ke kuJune sawuhamba ke noDr Mbongozi siye apho eStirling ngoba uyigqibile ngoku yonke nantsiki i-training yakhe. Nesi University of Stirling has accepted his thesis for his PhD. So ke ngonje ke apho ndiyakhona ke ndifuna uthi ke traditionally specialists besiphelela kule ndawo yoba i-general specialist singagqitheli indawo ngapha koko zonke ezi zinto besizibala apha bezisenziwa zi-general specialist. Kwathi ke ngenxa yokwanda kolwazi kwakufuneka into yoba hayi mabohlulohlulwa aba bantu. Now apha ke kule mfundo, you know, kuzo zonke across the disciplines, you know, ayixhaphakanga into yoba kubekho abantu abane-PhD. You can go throughout the whole country. You'll find into yoba mhlawumbi there are 1 or 2 people with PhDs in any given department. Ngaya naseGrooteskill naseWits uyawufumanisa uba babini okanye bathathu at the most. Apha ke PhD xa ndibala nezi zimbini zikaDr Mbongozi ziyi-4 kule department qha ye-obstetrics and gynecology. uProfessor Bhuga, nizawumbona uProfessor Bhuga apha. Ukhona ke noDr Dr Businge pha at the back, naye kune-PhD. Ndithetha uthi ke njengele no Dilizindaba apha kweli khaya lethu apha eMzantsi asinguye nakancinci, asinguye nakanye omncinci apha. Into okhoyo nje funeka thina nani ningasideli. Siyayazi ukuba kuthi igqirha alidle ngoba nedumasi kowalo. Kodwa ke inyaniso ile nto kokuba ngoku sikwelinye izinga. Enkosi kakhulu mhlawumbi. Oh, kukho indawo endiyikhunjuzwayo benditshilo ke ndathi aba bantwana bam baninzi. Ndibona pha nangu noDr Ngcola. Ngumntana wethu lo wandimazi, ndiyabona ke ba wayozinyengeza komnye umzi ngoku akazithathi ngokuba ngumntana walapha. Phakama Dr Ngcola bakubona. Si-specialist esiphuma impondo esiya. Wade naye wongezelela wenza ne-gynecological oncology, ii-cancers abantu abangoomama ezohlukileyo ke kwezinye ii-cancers lapha emzimbeni. Njengoba nje ke sinezi super specialist bendizibala apha, kukho uDr Maxexeni, andimazi noba usekhona na apha. Andimazi bebethena zange zapha ngaphambili. uDr Maxexeni ke uqoqeshwa nguDr Gubu ngokuba azoba yi-super specialist apha eMthatha. Azinintsanga ke university ezenza loo nto leyo. Singqina nje ke laa nto yokuba ke noko asiyodyongo noko apha eMzantsi. Enkosi kakhulu.
Thank you so much. One thing worth noting, kule nto yonke igqiba kwenzeka, that uProf is a leader. I-leadership ke is measured by many things. Zikhona inkokheli ziyophuma ngapha engabikho mntu amlandelayo emva kwakhe. Then azincome yena, then emveni kwakhe kucollapse yonke into. uProf ube yabukela nawe, ndake ndabuza nye igame uba apha kule department yenu njengoba niqualifye nonke ngomphothumo omnye ke ngoku. Njengoba ndike ndibona kuthiwa 2 min 10 iyothatha amagazi, thume pha xa izi-specialists zonke kuthumwa bani? Kuthiwa ngoku kuthunywana ngoba upase usandopasa wena kuthunywe wena. No, we are moving along. I think now we must reflections because of time. Otherwise, if we reflections, usuzibhale phansi, ukhola ncwadi phayana usubmit at the right time. I think now is our welcome on the stage, Professor Buga, to do closing remarks, vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, program director. Protocol observed. My task is very short. I'm supposed to give a vote of thanks. But please just allow me to say one or two things about Prof. Mdaka. Two words summarize him: quiet diplomacy. Then a third word that I can think of is humility. You already all know when he came and joined me. At the time, we were certainly struggling, and Professor Mashamba already alluded to the fact that we had our problems mainly because there was no one who could attract doctors who were locally trained and who would want to come and work here. So when he joined us, in his quiet way, he started recruiting medical officers. And before long, and I think Professor Mhaha mentioned it and said that we are being favored. Actually, it wasn't really so much of a favor as the skills of Professor Mdaka in recruiting medical officers to come to the department. And then we came out with this project to grow our own timber. That's what we called it. And it was an expression of course, not original, but one of my colleagues who was in pharmacology actually came out with it because every department in the Faculty of Health Sciences then was struggling to attract teachers, tutors, and staff, and we're not any different. So we decided that we would grow our own timber. Now, all these young ladies and gentlemen you saw who were here in front of you a few minutes ago, they are part of that timber we have been growing since Professor Mdaka came here. But more importantly, to point out that although we started the program of postgraduate training for training specialists as far back as 2001, we had problems attracting people to do the training with us, partly because they thought we were not experienced enough. And so the first group of people who came were either not capable or felt that we were not really going to give them satisfaction in terms of their training, and they left us. It wasn't until Dr. Pumluana joined us, along with Dr. Gonya, who is now in East London. The two of them decided they were not going to go anywhere else. They will complete their training here. That is the basis of what you see now. And one would have thought that, okay, we were new in terms of the national exams that were carried out by the college, and that we would have difficulties. But we never had any difficulties. Actually, we have not had any failures since people have generally passed and gotten their degrees, their fellowships in good time. And now we have reached a point we can discriminate to say, no, you're not good enough. to join us. So we have become that competitive. And all of that is Prof. Mdaka in the background and me trying to lead the academic thing forwards. And then, of course, I handed over the headship to him in 2015. And after having been head of the department from 1992. So I've been here for a very long time. And I've seen the developments that have come, and we are getting better and better at what we do. So thank you for allowing me to say those few things. And my job is now to give a vote of thanks. Just so I don't forget, because I'm not really good at these kind of things, I'll start by thanking the family of Professor Mdaka for giving him to us. And for this very occasion, I thank you so much for coming here and witnessing this. And I would also like to thank the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology for organizing this function. And they've gotten better and better at it. And I happen to have been the first one to benefit from their organizational skills. That was last year in, was it August or end of July? And so they have now become accomplished in their task of organizing this type of functions. And the department, of course, is now under the leadership of Dr. Mbongozi, and who was handed over the baton by Prof. Mdaka. And as already we have been told, he was our student here from undergraduate, so he's one of our trees we grew. And I would like to thank the program director for the wonderful way he has managed to carry us through the program. And I would also like to thank the colleagues and former students, the nursing teams for their testimonies. And I wish to thank the CEO of Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital, and to thank Ms. Machoba, the matron in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, for their testimonies. I would also like to thank Professor Mhaha for her testimony and for also speaking on behalf of the other heads of department in the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences. Now, all of this would not have been possible if it wasn't for the innovative way that the executive dean of the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences hadn't come out with this idea of celebrating the 40th anniversary of the medical school through lectures, public lectures, honoring people who have dedicated their lives to uplifting the medical school. And although he's not here, he's always a very busy person. I would like to thank him in absentia, and Professor Rusike should carry that personally to him. And I would also like to thank Walter Sisulu University for making it possible for this kind of celebrations to occur while those who are being honored are still alive. There can't be anything more important than that. People usually talk a lot of things after Someone has gone and they never get to hear it, and I'm not sure why they keep doing that, but this is far better. And last but not least, I would like to thank Professor Mashamba for agreeing to come to join us and to give testimonies to a former student of his, Professor Mdaka. And we all heard what he had to say about Professor Mdaka. Lastly, I would like to thank everybody who came to honor this place, this function with your presence. I have just one last request for Professor Mdaka to use his considerable diplomatic and persuasion skills to go and persuade. She has left us already. Where is she gone? Dr. Kama to come back. Thank you so much.
Just one small thing, ladies and gentlemen. I came here with my family. I just wanted to indicate to you who they are. Some can stand up, some cannot stand up, or the others can just raise their hands so that they can be. Nabakhwanyana. Kan phakamisa nje izandla zenu ke banibone. Noma tsetse phakamisani kaloku. Yeah. And then ke okwesibini isibini inyenje indawo eyesibini eshiyekeleyo. Ndiyabona uba ke kukho abo njengoba sihamba nje apha esibhedlele ke aba bantwana bam bayanjonga uba umntu unxiba njani, unxiba ntoni na, impahla zakho, unxiba ivuso okanye unxiba ibhlukhwe zala maxesha. Ukhona kumnyunyana wam kwabanyana babeme apha, ndilibele uyithetha ngelo xesha loo nto leyo. Othe, I think about 2 months ago, weza kum, and he talked about all these things that they were talking about. And wachaza ke into yoba utata wakhe akasekho, so seyijonge kum ke ngotata akhe. Ungugqirha opheleleyo, kusi-specialist, njengoba bonke ababebelapha bendibacenga nje, nguDr Mdaka to be exact. Athi ke izinto ke ndandifuna uzenzela utata wam, ndifuna uzenzela wena kuba wasweleka ndisemncinci mna. Wandirhuqa ke lo mfana, wena mngapha engebs. Wathi mandimejarishwe pha, wathi mandikhethe lapho kuqala. Hayi ndalikhethe lapho, ndiqomzange ndiyibone ke le nto isenziwa. Wabiza ke indodana phaa umfo wendiya uba makazondimejarisha. Hayi ke wandimejarisha lo mfo, wandimejarisha wagqiba. Wathi ke masikhethe ke neforeign. Kuthiwe ke apha kukho igama ebelingaziwa apha kulaa invitation ebikhutshiwe. Kuthiwe nguBhagendi, kodwa ndiyaqonda uba kisondele kulo mbala ulapha ngaphakathi. Neliqhina layo. So uDr Mdaka ke nguye lo ndithengelele impahla ndiyinxibileyo. Zininzi ke izinto endizenzelwa ngaba bantwana kulaa department. Ndikhumbula kusoleke umama, aba bantwana barhola 25,000 badibanisa bayisapha ekhaya. Ndithetha ukuthi ke bonke bayafana bayiloo nto. Enkosi kakhulu.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much for being a beautiful audience. Ngicela ubulela nange opportunity. And ndinikwe igama lami ndungisive, ndisebenza nursing development office. I'm a professional nurse. Ndinikwe opportunity. Ngicela sineke umfundisi to assist us in the closing. Suta zigqi beke sonke
Yeah. Professor Mdaka, ndiphawula uba ngokwe qualities ezi ubuye surha ngoba unala humility and yet nala boldness ne assertiveness. uYesu was both the lamb and the lion of the tribe of Judah. Ndiyabona uba kisukela kule nto ye-humility apha kuye uyithethe kancinci le nto eye phaa kum eBishop's Meet eyothi kwangokwele ntetho imane ithethwa kuthiwa uyikhupha nasekawusini 100 rand athi wayothi gidle yondipha iChristmas uba ingabi mnyama sancokola ke sancokola wayithetha kancinci lento yalomsebenzi wakhe hey ngoku like Solomon no Queen of Sheba uxelelwe ngoSolomon nobulumko bakhe waya xa efika ebona into eyenzekayo pha uthi hey, I've not been told not even half of what I see now here. Namhlanje ndive okukhulu okuninzi kakhulu kunoba bendiba ndiyamazi. Siyabulela ke kakhulu ngalomsebenzi. Cela ke sithobe inhloko samkele intsikelelo. The peace of God which passes all understanding, may it keep your hearts and minds in the knowledge of God and of His Son, Jesus Christ, and the blessing of God, the Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be with you and remain with you always. Amen. Thank you.
Dr. Makexena zosinceda nge-announcements. Laa nto yoba ke ngoku siya ngaphi thina. Nishiya apha entendeni nina njalo njalo.
Good afternoon. Udala igama lam likhwazo apha. I've been avoiding coming kule platform but ndidela lapha. Ngokuzithoba okukhulu ndibulise kuwo wonke umuntu lapha. All protocol observed. Ndizawucela into kokubana xa sizawuphuma apha e-auditorium siqale sivumele ifamily ne-dignitaries ezikhoyo to exit. We will show them where to go. Then once they have settled, then sonke sizawuphuma. Lunch has been prepared for all of us and everybody will be accommodated. Sicela nje intsebenziswano. The medical students nindincede ke bantwana bam ngola hlobo benithethe ngalo. Enkosi kakhulu.
All right. I think Saulin, the signal, Gegubo. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're done.